What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Today we're going to continue Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, right from where we left off last week. Brand new case, starting a brand new case right at the beginning, right at the start of the stream. So don't worry if you are very fucking confused, because that last case is finally over, and so it's going to be a brand new thing. Brand new case. We don't have to remember anything about the gas murder. That was also a double homicide. That was also an attempted murder and a reverse attempted murder. Don't have to remember any of that anymore, because it's a brand new one. Just brand spanking new out the gate. Let's start. Bump, 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 bump. Mr. Natsume's room. What? Did I save? I really hope I saved. Okay, I think we saved. I think we definitely saved. Good. Because, yeah, we got a lot of progress done, didn't we? Trial Part 2, Investigation Part 4. Oh, please tell me I saved. If I didn't save, I'm gonna be so mad. Hang on. Go uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. No! Did I really not save? Oh my god, I think it didn't save. Oh my god, there's no way. I'm almost positive that this already happened. No, please. Please tell me it fucking saved. Oh my god, that's so bad. Let's examine the Great Burglar's Hall. What is that? We did save, thank god. Okay, I'm gonna reload. I'm sorry, I was so sure that I didn't save that I just didn't read anything. But we totally did. I got so scared. But why does... That's crazy. Maybe this case isn't over. Because it says Investigation Part 4. And, yeah, last session was Trial Part 3, and it ended. The trial, like, straight up ended. This is very weird. I guess this is, like, a continuation of the last trial. Because this is tangentially connected. Weird. Okay, my bad. But we did save. So, good news. We're not way behind like I thought we were. Oh, thank God. I honestly didn't know what to do. I was gonna be like, maybe I'll just play a different game? Because I thought we were all the way back at the investigation before the last trial segment, like 5 hours fucking back. Oh my god, I got so scared. Holy shit. Whew. You gotta remember to save in this one, man. This game requires much saving to be done. What did we watch for movie night? We watched, Home of the Dragon. And we watched part of one episode of Cyberpunk, which was like okay, but I didn't understand what was happening. We did not start on episode 1. I jumped in the call and they were already on like episode 3, 20 minutes in. So I had no fucking idea what was happening. I didn't like it that much. But I didn't really know what was happening, so that's probably why. I'm gonna give it another shot eventually on episode 1. But yeah, I wasn't super into it because I just had no clue what was happening. Seemed okay, it seemed cool. I liked the animation a lot. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, how simply marvelous of you. To uncover the truth, oops. To uncover the truth in... one day! Let's go, baby. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Oh, Gregson's here. Gregson's the boy, man. He was a dick at first, but now he's friendly to me. Hey, what's up, Amelia Tar? Welcome back. How you doing today? I had a little scare where I thought I didn't save after last session, but it turns out we're totally fine, so we're starting the brand new case. Am I starting episode 1 today? I might, I don't know. Maybe we'll watch episode 1 for movie night tonight, like the very first episode. But yeah, it was probably not a good call for me to just jump in episode 3, but... it was okay, the animation was cool. I just didn't really know what was happening. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregson is not happy. He is fucking nonplussed at best. Hey, what's up, Marty O'Cool? How you doing? I'm doing a fucking fantastic today, Amelia Tar. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic today. I got a bunch of... I didn't have much to do today, in terms of, like, actual things to do. In real life, so I just, like, I uploaded a bunch of emotes, just shit like that. He's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let us examine the late burglar's hall. So this is what we saw. I got a little peek at it, and it seems like it's gonna be very crazy. Seems like it's gonna be a huge plot twist, because based on what happened in the first game, this seems like it's gonna be connected to a really important plot element from the first one. So, I don't know, maybe it'll be very scary. Making a sim of one of your friends? Nice. Okay, here's the question, Emiliatar, for you, are you the type of person who does flattering sims or horrible monster sims? Because me, whenever I make a sim of somebody I know, I always make them, like, horribly deformed. I always make them completely deformed and terrifying looking. I remember last time I played The Sims, I made Just Cuzbra, and he was like this tiny, disgusting man wearing a bunch of gangsta clothes. It was pretty dope. It was a pretty cool look. What the? What is that? This is what I was talking about. Yeah, unfortunately, I got a glimpse of this. This is, I think, from The Hound of the Baskervilles, which is a real Sherlock Holmes story, but in the context of this game. It's like a mysterious, forbidden topic that anytime it gets brought up, Sholmes just like shut it down in the first game. He was like, we're not talking about this. He forbid Iris from releasing the manuscript of like what happened. She usually like takes notes of all his adventures and then sells them as books. That's like the in-game universe reason why Sherlock Holmes stories exist. But this one, he said no, nobody can know. And we don't know why. That's all we know about it, so it's very mysterious. Permission to DM Sims? Permission granted. Permission granted. I would love to see if they're horrible monsters or regular. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Yeah, I think this is a dog collar. Specifically a Hound of Baskerville's collar, and it's soaked with fucking blood, too. A collar? It's huge, though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. How small are you, Iris? That is ridiculously small. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's like a bracelet. Have you noticed down the inside there? There's some dark stains. I guess it's supposed to be bigger than it looks, because in the Sherlock Holmes story, The Hound of Baskervilles, the Hound of the Baskervilles was huge. It was just like this massive dog. It was funny because in that story, I kind of thought that the twist was going to be that it's not a real dog and it's some sort of fabrication or like, you know, just make people think there's a big dog. But no, it turns out there was just a giant fucking dog. Turns out some guy just trained a giant evil dog to go attack people. And it was a big boy. It was a large animal. Have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. Who got who, huh? Are you saying the owner of this collar got? Because I agree, it's covered in fucking blood and viscera. God damn. You know, she says I could wear it as a belt, and it does kind of look like a belt if you look at the backside of it, too. Maybe that was a little foreshadowing. A little three-shadowing. You sended it? Okay, good. I'll check him out after stream. You maidenless. Yeah, dude, the roll catching is an exploit. It's so evil to do. The funny thing is that DM you showed, the tweet rather, it was like the most, it just was telling on himself. Like, all he does is just mash R1 like a fucking ape. There are certain weapon classes where you just literally can't win if you do that. If you don't try to roll catch or play mind games, you just straight up can't win if you play certain weapon classes. That revealed to me that he exclusively uses, like, dual giant spears. You don't think it could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Oh, don't throw away a perfectly good belt just because it's covered in human blood. Come on. There's starving children in Africa who could eat that belt. That's just rude. How did you like House of the Dragon last night, Reanimated Bit? I actually really like House of Dragon so far. I'm like fully into it in this one. I'm fully invested at this point, I think. It is. Like, roll catching is, if you're not just mashing out attacks, that's literally just how you attack people. Especially on, like, smaller weapons. If you have less reach, you literally have to do that sort of, like, mind game stuff. He's just mad because people are actually beating him. Like, getting in on him. Perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and small crown. Oh my god. It might be a... To be fair, this could be a fake out too. Maybe they know that everybody would assume that this is related to the Hound of Baskervilles. Maybe. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? I don't know, Iris, maybe in the fucking Hound of the Baskervilles case. God. It's not B Machine's collar. Yeah, B Machine's collar is not nearly that fancy, and it has a way more blood on it. That's enough of that, I think. Yeah, see, Sholmes is shutting this down immediately. I think that pretty much confirms this is related to the Hound of Baskervilles case. He's very furtive about the Hound of Baskervilles case, I have no idea why. They did not go into it at all in the first game. All we learned is that, like, Iris couldn't publish the story, he told her to hide it away, and anytime someone tries to bring it up, he just shuts down the conversation completely. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be safely kept under lock and key. Oh, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot. Hand it over. No! I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. They did look pretty snazzy, I'm not gonna lie. That dog was fucking dressed up to the nines when he was wearing that collar. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Nah, probably not. It was probably strawberry jam. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume? The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. Those are not real Sherlock Holmes stories, they made that up. I could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? Oh. That's actually so clever. I didn't realize where they were going with this. Now it actually makes complete sense. You know how last session we were like goofing about how it all felt like they were just reusing assets from the first game, which they are, for the sake of it. It's like a Ludo narrative thing. He's gonna tell her that this is a secret, like this is top secret because now we know it's related to Baskerville's case. So she's not gonna be able to publish the second story, which is why in the first game we just skipped straight over it. In the first game, you do that the first part where you have to get Mr. Natsume off of his first murder charge, but then this case was just never brought up. Like we just skipped past it and then nobody talked about it. We didn't know it existed until this game. And it's because he's gonna say we can't publish this one because it's related to the Hound. Weird. I wonder what's so fucking important about the Hound. I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. Poor Iris, she's so sad. The Hound of Bustavilles. I thought that was a fucking blurb for a second. There's voice acting? Okay, we can all agree, his Mr. Naruhodo voice fucking stinks compared to mine. My Mr. Naruhodo voice is so much more compelling and heroic. This guy's voice sounds like he's taking my order at fucking Starbucks.
Now looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
And would happen. Big Buster. Why does he sound like that? That makes no sense. What if it was called the Hound of the Ballervilles and he was like slam dunking over Sherlock Holmes's head like Venom? Just like the Hound of Baskervilles fucking slamming it home, Space Jam style.
2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter, that events began.
Susato-san's letter. He's so British. Why would you localize to England, man? English people have no swag whatsoever. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but it's just the truth. We can all agree on that, I think.
With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh, whoa! The Great Exhibition is finally! Wow. That's crazy. The Great Exhibition they've been foreshadowing since like the first chapter of the fucking first game. I think the first time we came to England, like day 1 in England, that was the thing. Was like, better wait for the Great Exhibition, shit's gonna be crazy. The first killer from the first game when we arrived in England, the guy who looked like the Penguin, his whole deal was that he was like some sort of evil crime lord. And during that case, they talked somewhat about this thing, I'm pretty sure, this great festival thing. The return of the great departed soul! What? That's spoilers! It just spoiled that the great departed soul is coming back. Quick question, who's the great departed soul? I really hope it's that crime lord guy. I bet I know who they're hinting at, but I hope it's the crime lord guy. That would be fucking awesome. Yeah, McGilded, that's his name.
Great Exhibition of London.
This is cool, there's actual cutscene. I'm gonna shut up.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors.
That's too many visitors, that's not a believable number.
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
There's a fish robot! That's so cool.
As regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter.
Oh.
From the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
He did not take nearly long enough a pause after that dash. What shoes did the queen have on? Unfortunately, I think they had to bury her just as she was, you know? So she was still wearing her fake Jordans? That the shock of realizing they were fake killed her in the first place. It was quite tragic. The very murder weapon that took her life, the fake Jordans with the stick figure dribbling, were what they had to bury her in. She was so locked up that her toes had ripped through the front in shock, and they were just clinging in rigor mortis, so they couldn't get them off.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most
Oh, this guy's voice is great.
experiment.
He's so old-timey.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
This dude's a fucking nerd.
Carts will give way to the motor car.
Oh, yeah, right, dude. That would never happen.
And take to the skies.
This guy's a fucking crackpot.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Dang, he got the motherfucking kinesis machine on deck? Where'd he get that? Oh, that is a big machine, I'm not gonna lie.
Disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
I don't think that's gonna happen, bro. This is so weird. I feel like this is all gotta turn out to be just charlatan shit. Like, it's all fake, because this is supposedly, I think, the same universe as Ace Attorney. And Ace Attorney was not futuristic by any stretch of the imagination. It was like regular year 2000s shit. So this is like, this can't possibly, they can't have fucking teleporter rays. That just isn't possible. Unless there's two possibilities. Either this is not connected to Ace Attorney, Well, two possibilities that don't involve this being fake. This is not actually connected to Ace Attorney, and I just assumed it was, because it's got the same title. Or B, the other possibility is that the twist is that this takes place like 20 fucking years before Ace Attorney. But I'm pretty sure Ace Attorney actually has dates, like when you're loading into the cases, so I don't think that's the case. It would be funny, though, if it turned out that Ace Attorney took place in the year 1910. That would be pretty dope. It's just a world where way more technological process happens. But I don't think that's the case at all. I'm pretty sure that this is all just gotta be fake shit, this Super Millennium Fair.
His body will be reassembled by
Reassembled!
calculations exactly as it was before.
Don't get in there! Oh my god, this guy has never seen that fucking Hugh Jackman movie with the clones. No chance this guy watched the Hugh Jackman films. He kinda looks like Hugh Jackman too, so he should've. Nice run, bro. That's how Reanimated Bit runs.
But a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
Hugh Jackman? That's actually a great fucking pun. I've never heard anybody make that joke about that movie, and it's like that movie is 20 years old, and Hee Haw actually just did a swish. That Hee Haw gets joke of the stream, and it's only been like fucking 20 minutes. So round of applause for Hee Haw, because that was actually awesome. The movie about all the Hugh Jackman clones, they're the Hugh Jackmen. I never fucking thought of that. What was that movie called? The Prestige, that's the one. The Prestige. Yeah, in The Prestige, Hugh Jackman has like 1 billion clones. This does not go well. So this dude needs to not get in that machine. Nikola Tesla? This guy is not Nikola Tesla, bro. Nikola Tesla, A, did not have popcorn hair. B, had swag. C, was in love with a pigeon. So this guy does not fulfill any of those requirements.
Crystal Tower behind you!
He is not being careful at all, bro. This dude needs to take this more seriously. Just fucking slapping the sensitive machinery around. At least he's having fun. Uh-oh. Poor guy. I never knew a nobler man a day in my life. 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Rudo, are you listening? Oh, sorry. I was not listening at all. Humph. What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. I do that all the fucking time in real life, dude. I have such a problem with that. Whenever women talk to me, I just hear like this high-pitched white noise ringing sound and I don't listen to what they say. It becomes a real issue real quick. It's not actually gender specific. I'm just an asshole to everybody. I can't help it, dude. I just have like really bad ADD, and so mid-conversation, I just zone out. I just completely zone out every time. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? I start thinking of other shit. No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? See? He knows. Ryunosuke knows what I'm talking about. Where's the treasure? Oh, the treasure? The treasure was not a Hungry Box crab, it was a collar with a bee on it and blood. So I think it's related to the Hound of Baskerville's case from the first game. And that's supported by the fact that immediately after we found the collar, Sholmes said that nobody could know about the second case, which is why it wasn't in the first game. It was like a story thing. He said like, Iris can't publish the story and we were all sworn to secrecy that no one can talk about the gassing case. Today's paper is full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You know how, like, when I ignore people in real life, that thing I was talking about. You know how, like, when I'm playing a game that's story-based, I'll just, like, mid-sentence look away from the game and start reading the chat instead? That's, like, what I do in real life, but in real life, it's the opposite of productive. Because instead of, like, looking away to something more important, I'm just, like, not paying attention to what I'm doing anymore. It just so happens to be extremely conducive to the streaming experience, but in real life, it's a dick move. In real life, it's a dick move to not listen to what people are saying. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Oh my god. He's down. He's more down than I am. Did you say something? Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. That's what I said. She stole my line. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I love when he does the shadowboxing thing. It's so stupid. I've been here for a half hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think where this thinking is seeing me to going, and... My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Sick burn, Sholmes. He is. He's definitely doing the fucking Doppio fighting pose. You could just drop him into that scene and he would just be ready to go. He'd be ready to start doing his little karate down the street. I fucking forgot about that show. Oh my god. That show was actually goated. Thanks again. I wonder if they ever did more seasons. I have no clue. I'm saving. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Was I banned from working in court? This is the most confusing fucking game of all time, bro. This shit is literally paced like the Boba Fett show. It just keeps jumping around and I have no clue what's going on. I'm so confused. Was that at the end of the last game? Did we get banned from working in the court? Or was that after the Naruhodo case? Or the Natsume case? I'm lost. I'm so fucking lost. I have no clue. Hockey Nights were legendary. That show was so stupid. I loved it though. It was a great show. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something? Iris? I guess we're time skipped to the Millennium Festival, which we know. And that sometime between the Natsume case and the Millennium Festival, the protagonist got banned from working in the courts. I guess. I guess that was established in the last game. Forgive me, it's been like a year since we played Ace Attorney Chronicles Part 1, so I forgore. Back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Oops. He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition is opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't, not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. I guess I could do that. Or I could move to a different location. I don't think I can even move to a different location yet. There's no mystery yet, which is interesting. We're already like 30 minutes in to the session, and we have not even seen a murder happen. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's probably related to that, like, teleporter incident. We don't know. I guess we'll find out later. Converse. Let's talk about events 6 months ago. Okay, so this is definitely gonna clear up my confusion. This will remind us what the hell was going on 6 months ago. Okay, they're flashing back, good. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. That's right, this was the case with Lestrade. Remember how instead of being like a cool police detective, Lestrade is now like a 12-year-old girl? What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, this was the case with the cat door. Do you remember that? Remember the case where it turned out that fucking stupid-ass Iris or Susato put a fucking cat door in a door? Yeah, I remember this now. The Lestrade case. That's right, yeah. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I don't remember what the mistake was, to be honest. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes's old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart, the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? I remember Lord Strongheart. That guy was so obviously evil in that he did absolutely nothing evil the entire game. All he did was stay up in his big evil clock tower in the middle of London. Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. Oh, I want to go talk to Lord Strongheart so bad. Yeah, wow, I totally forgot about that final big blowout case in the last game. It was pretty crazy. It got pretty nuts. I remember that. Yeah, there was like a lot of intrigue and craziness going on. But we ended up beating it, which was nice because it meant I finally fucking finished Ace Attorney Chronicles 1. It was one of those cases that takes 8 years like that last one we just did. It was a hard one. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things fly? They fly now! Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It'd make no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. That's not true, actually, because, like, even to this day, like, nobody really understands how hot air balloons work. I'm pretty sure that it has a lot to do with Jesus, like Jesus's light filling up the balloon and making it lift off, but I don't really know the specific. I couldn't tell you the specific mechanics it utilizes to do that. They're very mysterious. You know what's crazy to think about? Hot air balloons and air fucking planes were invented like closer together than airplanes to now. That is a big step up in technology. Going from a fucking big stupid balloon flying through the sky to a machine is crazy. That is fucking nuts. I can't believe how quick people made airplanes. Those Wright brothers were not fucking around, dude. They were the next level. Oh, that does make sense. You have to just like pray even more harder and the balloon goes faster and higher. Because it takes you up closer to heaven, you know? That makes so much sense. I never thought about that. Yeah, the mechanics totally add up, because when you pray, where does it go to? It goes up to heaven. And so if you have a balloon above you to catch the prayers in, then it starts pulling the balloon with it as it flies up to heaven to reach God's ears. That makes so much sense. Okay. Yeah, we figured out how hot air balloons work. Thank God. Next step is airplanes. I'll get started on that one later. I'll write some papers. Get some preliminary research done. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on an open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. That was a theme in the first game, I remember that. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Me too, bro. I agree. The Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered into court record. Cool. Yeah, the shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? No, it's more important than that, Naruhodo, you fool. Yeah, that theme is definitely coming through in this game too, because now we're like seeing that. In the first game, they kept telling us over and over again how like London has this like veneer of civility and, you know, innocence and safety. But beneath that, there's like this dark undercurrent beneath everything, behind the scenes that you can't see. And so I guess this game is that, right? Like this game is the case that we didn't get to reveal because it was too secretive and all that shit. The Reaper attacked. What? Oh my god, lost cat. Somebody attacked the Reaper of the Bailey? He was just minding his own business throwing wine at people. There's the scientist. The first test of matter transport device. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Rudo? The Reaper attacked! That guy's wearing a fucking big stupid mask too, is the best part. That's Lord Van Zeeks! This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. It was pretty nice of Mr. Van Zeeks' assailant to just kind of stand back to back with them. Have the assailant stand back to back with the victim to take like this cool Linkin Park cover shot. That was a cool guy move for sure. Usually you kind of want to flee the scene immediately. I guess he was confident in his escape. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, no more to look at on the paper. The Reaper attacked. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barrick Van Zeeks. I still can't believe that his name is fucking Barack and not Baron. That's so messed up. That's so messed up that his name is Barack. It says Lord Van Zeeks and compatriot. Did it really? Wait, I want to see this. Lord Van Zeeks and compatriot. Oh, it does say that. Okay, so that's his Freyant. That's not his assailant. That makes that makes a lot more sense why they stuck around for the glamour shot then. Lord Van Zeeks and compatriot cornered. Yeah, his compatriot is wearing a mask too, which is mighty suspicious. It's almost like this chapter is titled The Return of the Great Departed Soul as well. Okay, let's keep going. Barack Van Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. No! No! That was our boy right there. That was McGilded going up in fucking flames, bro. The McGilded was this evil crime lord guy in the first game's first case in England. And I got him off the murder charge, But then Barack Obama Van Zeeks locked him inside a wagon and then fucking drone striked that shit. Just locked him in and then burned him down. Like it was a fucking thing to do. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. You're so evil, Barack Van Zeeks. Leave McGilded alone. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. My God. Who would do such a despicable thing to McGilded? London's rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hands of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness! Is he alright then? Did Lord Van Zeeks actually just fucking die in a drive-by shooting in Chicago? This is quite the plot twist. This kind of came out of nowhere, too. We were just talking about fucking the Millennium Festival. All of a sudden, Van Zeeks got fucking shot like JFK. The way you solve this murder trial of Van Zeeks is just you have to point in the picture to the grassy knoll. You have to move your cursor over to the grassy knoll. Is he alright? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. That's messed up. They're fucking holding information about Van Zeeks hostage contingent on you purchasing the next paper. That's that fucking subscription service newspaper moment. Bum, 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 bum. I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait till tomorrow! I need to know now! In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? I guess I could go talk to Lord Strongheart. First, we'll talk about Sherlock Holmes' gloomy mood, though. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Oh... You're acting very strangely, Hurley. He's probably investigating the case of Iris's dumb ass. And also her dead-ass father. Iris definitely has a murdered-ass father who got killed by a swan woman. So, he probably doesn't want to talk about it in front of her. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual whom you're making deductions about. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. Ha! That was a deep sigh. Is that what ha means? This whole game, motherfuckers have been saying ha. It's a sigh? How is ha a sigh? H-A-A-A-A-A-H is apparently how they do sighs in this game. That makes no fucking sense. That has never, ever been an onomatopoeia for sighing in the entire universe. Not once. I guess in the Ace Attorney Chronicles 1 it was. They've got that going for them. That's so weird. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually you just put sigh. Which is weird that sighing is like the one action that has no onomatopoeia for it, but still. Nobody says, huh? That's the worst I've ever heard. That's not even close. By sighs, they go, oog. O-O-O-O-G-H should be sighing. It should be O-O-O-O-O-G-H space A-A-A-A-A-G-H. Oog-og. Everybody knows that's what sighing sounds like, and if you disagree, you're fucking blocked. Blocked from the channel. Because it's not, huh? No chance. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, exactly. See, that's a sigh. Now that's a sigh right there. That's an orc sigh. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. But now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Follow him. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. He's not, I don't hear him at all. What the fuck is that outfit? Iris, no. Change immediately. We are not fucking going out in public with this fucking Mickey Mouse Playhouse shit. This looks so stupid. She looks like she is cosplaying a Mickey Mouse from fucking Kingdom Hearts. This is so dumb. New outfit right now. Alright then, Runo, let's get going. We have to go seal the door to darkness. Iris, what are you wearing? It is, it's literally just Mickey Mouse. She's fucking Mickey Mouse and that's it. I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition, and you're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court! Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Poor Iris, she feels left out because Sherlock Sholmes is keeping her in the dark. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, okay. Time to go take an 8-year-old child to the fucking Supreme Court. I'm sure they'll have no problem with that. Yeah, Lord Strongheart's probably totally cool with me just taking an 8-year-old child to go to his office. Gigantic chess pieces. I'm sure it's a reference to some Sherlock Holmes story that I don't know. It's gotta be a reference to a story that I don't remember, because like most of the stuff in the background is. There is stuff that's just straight up from the game, like all the shit on her desk. But for the most part, it's all references to real Sherlock Holmes stories. So I'd assume it's the case of the missing giant chess pieces that were shoved up some guy's ass. But don't quote me on that, because I'm not positive. Oh god, I would be so mad. Bring Susato, I miss Susato. I do not want Iris to be the new Susato. In Ace Attorney 1, or like Ace Attorney Trilogy, the last case was like the same shit. Maya like left and you got a new assistant for one case. So it might be the same here. It also definitely looks like Iris's hat is smiling. It looks like it has ears, 2 blue eyes, and then a smile in the middle. That is the dumbest outfit I've ever seen. Wait until tomorrow when I start the stream wearing that exact outfit, because I stole her drip and I was just jealous the whole time. You hear Yoda barking in the background? That's because she's scared of Lord Strongheart's office. 22nd October. He also lives in a very Kingdom Heart-esque world. Oh my god, Yoda, stop. That's it. I'm going. Okay, I got the motherfucking Hound of Baskervilles back to calm down. She's chilled out a little bit now. I basically took a big, large hammer and started working on the railroad, if you catch my drift, all the livelong day, to make her dent in her head even larger and stop her from barking. So she's taking a nap right now. 22nd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change. I don't know why, but whenever I see the phrase "some things never change," I can only hear it in that voice, and I don't even remember what it's from. I don't even remember what that delivery was from. Some things never change. Was that from Blade? I don't remember. Either way, the thing that doesn't change is the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh my god, Iris, you have to chill. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Where's Lord Strongheart? Oh, I love this place. That was what's known as the Iris jump scare. It's a legendary scene from this game. I always find so many interesting books here. I need to, like, play the Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare sound over that. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Suzato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. That's definitely the one I was thinking of from Blade. Yeah, 100%. That's not... Some things never change. That wasn't Blade. That was some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. That is a great line. That line has no business being that good in the movie fucking Blade. Classic. It's iconic. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh my god, is Lord Strongheart, he's back. Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. This guy lives in a fucking big-ass clock. Good to know. I still think that he is gonna be like the main villain of this whole game, like the overarching villain. Because he is just the most evil character I've ever seen in my life, and he's done nothing so far. All he does is live in a big evil clock tower and talk about how he wants to bring order to the entire world. Which is usually never a good sign. Good to know that he doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. That's not that evil. Wanting forensic science isn't that bad. Oh, does he? He has the same stuff on his face as Van Zeek's? I did not notice that at all. Does he? I don't think he does. Van Zeek's doesn't have any wrinkles. He just has like the one scar. I guess this guy does have a wrinkle in the shape of that scar a little bit. I don't know. I need to see another picture of Van Zeek's now, because I'm confused. I thought Van Zeek's looked normal, like completely unaged, and then he has like one sideways scar. I'll check. Maybe we have him in a picture book. No, they didn't put him in the... Look how evil he looks in the portrait. Oh my god, the portrait is so much worse. The portrait is the most evil thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. The portrait should be him standing with a fucking flaming hell background holding a pitchfork. My god. I hope it turns out he's just a really nice guy, though. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's not evil at all. Just because he looks like fucking Satan does not mean that he's evil. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind, as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Yeah, he has the most evil lighting known to fucking man. And not only that, he's even doing like the 90-degree head tilt, like the Kubrick stare at the camera. He is the most evil. Look at Herlock Sholmes' portrait. It's so flattering. It's taken at a flattering angle with neutral lighting. Just smiling. And there's this motherfucker. And there's fucking Susato. Like, he is just so evil. He is the only character who got dramatic lighting on his portrait. He is a thoroughly intimidating man. It would be fun if they just completely played on your expectations by not making him evil at all, though. It would be quite hilarious. If they just have him just not have any idea what's going on, like all this crazy conspiracy stuff is happening under his nose, it'd be hilarious. Oh shit, I didn't know. He says, wow, I'm just hearing about this for the first time. While Tiny Dancer plays in the background. That was a Donald Trump reference. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. I guess I'll talk to him. You remember that when Donald Trump was informed of Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying, and he had obviously already heard it before? It's like the funniest thing ever. For some reason, Tiny Dancer is playing in the background. He's just like, wow, I'm hearing about this for the first time. This is crazy. I never would have expected this to be brought up. It was a great clip. It was a great moment from his stream. There were so many poggers in the chat. Oh, does he? I don't remember the box art, but I believe it. I actually have the box right here. I do remember that he's like in the very center of the box art. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. It probably won't show up on stream because it's too small. But he's that dude who's standing right behind the protagonist. Just like doing the most evil pose known to man. He's doing the world is mine pose. Just right on top of everybody. He's pointing down on everyone. Oh, interesting. I think that thing he's looking at in the background is not actually a mecha praying mantis wearing a dress. I think that might be the exhibition that we were looking at. Possibly. It might be that exhibition that we were shown at the beginning of this. That's pretty cool. Wow, there's a lot of... I'm not going to look at this case too much, actually, because there's a lot of stuff that's from, actually, this game. Like, right next to Susato on the case, there's that girl from the first case in this game, her childhood friend. I don't think she was even in the first one. But yeah, he is doing the most evil pose. He's doing the Jeb Bush pose from the Jeb Bush sweep, where everybody voted for Jeb. Permission to work. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. No, you stupid. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Oh yeah, remember he typed Rapapibo. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, if he hadn't forgore how to speak English, that was really sad. You remember that in the first game where like that big frying pan dropped on his head and his head got dented, he looked like a hammerhead shark and he couldn't speak English no more? Just kept writing stuff like Rabapibo on the floor. That's why we had to leave him back in Japan, because he was just making no fucking sense. Started talking like a goddamn sim. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office right now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. Hang on, I'm gonna turn the game up. Just for fun. Just for fun, I want to turn it up a little bit. Let me know if it gets too loud. Let me know if it gets too loud, but I just want to turn it up a little bit. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? That did occur to me. That occurred to me last session. Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Bro, how much of a fucking crazy twist would it be if not only was there male Strongheart, there was also female Strongheart, and that's who's actually on the box cover. That's the twist. They want you to think that it's Strongheart the whole time, but it's not. It's a actually more evil, like sexy female version of him. She kind of looks exactly the same, but she's got very large like mammary glands out front. If you catch my drift. That would be fucking cool as hell. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thanks, Strongheart. You're a real friend. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think? German scientists, man. You can't trust those German scientists. Sure, they'll build a good rocket or two, but they also go a little crazy with it sometimes. Building fucking Volkswagens and shit. Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with the click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care. Whatever his serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman. What? Odie Asman? Odious man? Is that the pun? Odious man? He was like a dickhead? An investor and a well-known figure in society. I think the pun is that he's an odious man. An investor and a well-known figure in society. I think he's not actually on the up and up and that he is secretly an odious man. Because they kind of went too far for the pun this time. Sometimes they barely do a pun. This time they went way too far for it because there's only been one other character in human history known as Odie, and that was a fucking dog from Garfield. So the Odie was definitely a little bit of a tip-off that perhaps this character was a pun. A pun name. Odie Asman. That's a pretty good, maybe it's a different thing though. Mr. Odie Asman. I think I got it right. I think it's odious man. An investor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion. A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain. Yeah, see, that one's a little more obvious. That time they went a little obvious with the pun. They... Hairbrain. They didn't even spell a hair different, really. They only spelled brain different. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Don't fucking... Oh my god. Murder? All he did was blow up an investor and respected figure in society. Is that really so wrong? Twitter has informed me that that's actually a good thing to do. Odie Asman was, rich. He was a fucking 1%er, so... I've been told that I'm supposed to even eat him, let alone blow him up. Rabbit for brains. Yeah, that dude, to be fair, he was kind of acting the part of the rabbit. He was like hopping around the stage too. So the name definitely fits. He is a bit of a rabbit brain. What? Murder? I love how Ryunosuke is just fucking rattled by this revelation. He's just shocked to the core. that he's gonna have to do the exact same case type that he's had to do every single time since he's arrived in England. What's surprising? What's surprising, Ryunosuke? Is it the fact that the explosion killed somebody? Is that what you're shocked about? I don't understand. If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition? A scientific experiment gone wrong. And murder! I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. Oh, look, he still has the low poly cane. That's awesome. I remember that from the first game. I remember pointing out how weird it was that the cane is so low poly and his model looks really good. I forgot about that. His cane is like a straight up fucking octagon. It looks like a goddamn toilet flusher. You are so white and... Okay, Chimichanga, well... Fuck off then, bitch. That's my new response. I'm sick of trying to disprove these white allegations. I think that I've already beaten the white allegations. So I have nothing left to say to you, Chimichanga, because you're a rabble-rouser. You keep fucking rousing rabbles and such. Clock hand. I can see that, maybe. Yeah, it kind of is clock-esque. It would fit his motif really well, you know? I think it's actually a toilet flusher because he's a giant piece of shit. In the very last case, when we convict him guilty of murder, we're gonna have to stick that into the comically oversized toilet and flush him down. And the last thing we'll ever see is that little dollop on the top of his hair going down the tubes, basically. Get his ass sent to the movie flushed away. First class ticket. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Not the Reaper? With Lord Van Zika? How? How? He won't tell me how. Channel points. Yeah, I fixed channel points. So I fixed the things not being displayed, the chat and stuff not being displayed, the alert box I fixed. I fixed the channel points. I added like 6 new emotes, including some GIF emotes. I added a free emote for people who aren't even subscribed. There's now an emote for them too. I've added like all my emote slots are now completely filled. Except for the free ones. There's still like 4 more free ones I can add. But I prioritized subs because I felt like that was only fair. But I did add free ones as well too, just for fun. The next thing I'm going to do is revamp the sub badge. I want to make more sub badges and more detailed ones eventually. But I don't have time to do that. Yeah, that's the Yuka's Legion one. Poggy! Yeah, the Poggy emote is pretty fucking good too. It's like a fish pog. And then the tier 3 emote, you can only have 1 tier 3 emote, so I wanted it to look like really fucking epic and stuff. For the tier 3s. And I'll show you, because I could probably access it. Imagine if it does, it would be kind of cool if I can't access it, because it's that exclusive. But I'll see. I might not be able to access it. It's not letting me access it. Why can't I access my own fucking emotes? I legitimately can't use any of my emotes. I don't know why. I can only use like the basic ass, like really basic emotes. Well, you don't get to see the tier 3 sub emote then. It'll always have to be a fucking mystery. It's just golden Poggy. I took the Poggy emote and I like fucked around with it in GIMP to make it look like it's like gold and metallic. And so I let that be like the trophy emote for the tier 3 subs. Yeah, that's the free one. The free one is that deformed ass dog emote. So I gave them the fucking ratty little, you know, worthless free emote. And I've still got 4 more free ones to add, but I don't know what to do for them yet, so I'm thinking about it. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic Science Symposium? Why is that more important than the World Fair that has 50 fucking million people here? I guess it might just be part of it, I guess. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. Ah. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Oh yeah! I don't know if I believe that, Lord Strongheart. Sure, there's a couple million people living in England, but 6? Something about that doesn't sound right to me. I'm gonna have to check the real research, aka random posts by schizophrenics on 4chan. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing.
Ag.
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly. It's extremely alarming. This dude is way too fucking hyped about all this shit.
Egg.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures.
Did he just say he's better than the Queen?
That's messed up. Oh, the Attorney General, sorry. I see. He's trying to be an AG. That's actually real. This is actually just real life at this point. Strongheart is a prosecutor who's just gunning to be an AG. That's what happens in real life, too. In real life, if you want to be the Attorney General in the US, all you do is you just go become a prosecutor or prosecute a bunch of people. That's like everybody's career path. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. That's a lot of reasons. List them. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. This will be the whole rest of the stream.
What? Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. I was... Look at his fucking mouth go, bro. That is not what ... sounds like. Bye, Strongheart. I had to go to ascend to the realm of heaven instead, real fast. Oh, we're back. We returned for our near-death experience. Naruhodo-sama learned nothing from his near-death experience. I also do like how this guy wears a bolo tie. I thought it was really weird at first, because I'm like, why is this British guy wearing a bolo tie? But it kind of goes well with his clock motif, because they do kind of look like little clock hands. They could have made one shorter than the other, but then maybe it would just look bad. Because he's also supposed to be all about order, so having uneven tie would be kind of weird. But I assume that's the reason for the bolo tie, because I don't even know if British people had bolo ties. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigative division within the Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes. That's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. That's not that ambitious of a mission. The way he's been talking, like, that doesn't really add up with what he was saying earlier. Earlier, he was saying that he wants to bring order to the entire world. That's very different than bringing a forensics division to the Scotland Yard. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. You want to look at the newspaper, Strongheart? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Why is that strange? You are like this guy's coworker for a fucking year, and he was shot to death in a back alley. Why would that not interest you? What possible? You're like, nah, you know, it's kind of boring actually. I don't want to know. Keep that shit to yourself, Strongheart. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Does he know? It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? Van Hooks? Yeah, exactly. Who gives a fuck? Boring. I don't want to know about Van Zieks being fucking shot to death. I do think that they should have introduced a character called Lord Van Wokes, who was trying to push the woke agenda upon England. And in my head canon, he would definitely have blue hair and pronouns. But I don't know if the world's ready for that yet. The thing about Japan is that they're notoriously kind of like, you know, part of the liberal agenda, libtards of such. I don't know if they're ready for my game dev ideas. The problem is all my ideas for games are so cool and smart, but like the game studios always try to shut me down. They never respond to any of my mail, any of my fucking concepts. Large sums of money? See, that's what I don't have to send to the game studios to convince them. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman. Mr. Odie Assman. I do like that his name is Assman, that's a good touch. I do think it would also be interesting if they did this game so that the final case was like, you having to prove that Van Zieks is the killer. Because we do know, well, we assume, we've been told that Van Zieks is doing like all these extrajudicial killings. So, presumably, he would have to go to the gallows if he was ever caught for one of them. So if we end up having to defend somebody that's getting framed for something Van Zieks did, that would be pretty interesting. I kind of don't think that's where it's going. I feel like it's going towards Long Strongheart being like the final boss, but you never know. Maybe Olong Strongheart is just a red gibbon as it's known, kind of a misleading figure to throw us off the trail. Did you say Assman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. It's Alulum! Alulum just logged onto the Nintendo Entertainment System. Alulum actually just fucking tore through the screen head first and replaced the head of Lord Strongheart on the screen. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for prosecution services for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. What? Oh my god. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Huh. Weird. So Lord Van Zieks is not the killer of the Bailey after all. It's just It just happens to coincide. Oh, I get it now, guys. I figured it out. It's called The Return of the Great Departed Soul, right? That's the name of the case. Who's the Great Departed Soul? It's Kazuma, our friend from the beginning, who died mysteriously and conveniently on the way to England. And what else happened when we arrived in England? Van Zieks took his fucking first case in years. His first case in years and years was the day that Kazuma might have arrived in England with us had he not been dead. So Kazuma faked his death, showed up in England, and he's the killer. Kazuma's the final boss. We have to send our own friend to be sentenced to death because he's a killer. He's basically the Japanese Punisher of sorts. That doesn't actually make any sense, but it kind of makes a lot of sense too if you really think about it. If you really think about it, it starts making a whole lot of sense. Because think about the timing, man. The timing lines up so perfectly. Remember, that was a big plot point in the first game, was that there was this mysterious employment gap from the Reaper. Van Zieks just like stopped prosecuting for no discernible reason for a long time. And then as soon as we got back, our first case, he was the prosecutor. As soon as we arrived in England. I'm just saying, the timing adds up pretty well. I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Bro, you need to fucking take better care of your time, Lord Strongheart. There's such a thing as being busy, and there's such a thing as not knowing how to fucking work a schedule, bro. 11 hours late? That's quite something. The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'll be leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes! Thank you very much, my lord. Bing, 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 bing. Alright, let's get out of here, Myrus. A new location has been added. Prosecutor's office. I'm curious to see Van Zieks' office. I'm gonna guess it looks like Dracula's lair. Kind of. I wasn't that far off. You gotta admit I was close. Okay, Van Zieks is definitely a man after my own heart, because look at these fucking decorations. That's glorious. He's got a big, absolutely ostentatious, idiotic portrait of himself on the wall. And he's got a bunch of swords. I'm into it. And he's got the candelabra from Beauty and the Beast. He's a Disney man. 22nd October, prosecutors. Oh, interesting. You know what I can't help but notice there? Giant chess pieces, just like on Sholmes' little shelf. Maybe it was not a Sherlock Holmes story reference after all. Maybe it was a little clue about their connection. What pieces were in his office? I can't remember. There was a knight, but I don't remember if it was the Black Knight or not. Because if it's the White Knight, that would be a pretty decent sign. This board is obviously missing a bunch of pieces, but there's conspicuously a knight, and then no second knight. Huh. Well, we need to go back to Sholmes' office ASAP to check.
Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Brrr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like slightly disappointed / surprised that there's not a big dumb coffin. I really thought that there would be like a big dumb vampire coffin for no reason. I was hoping. Oh, is that? Oh my god. Almost as good. That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Hey! Oh my god, there he is. It's very weird to actually like talk to him face to face. We've never seen him outside of the prosecutor's thing yet. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished or something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. The big dumb painting of him. Why does he have the biggest and dumbest painting of all time? That's amazing. And there's an apprentice, too. The apprentice appears to have 4 hands like Ranni from Elden Ring, but I really can't see much. There's like a hand down here, and then there's hands up here. Just kind of vibing. Interesting, that's cool. Chessboard, right? I kind of want to check out the chessboard first, so I'm sorry if that throws a big wrench in the progress, but I'm just curious. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. You know what I always said? Mo shogi problems, mo money. I don't know what the fuck shogi is, I'm not gonna lie. I'm assuming it's a game that Mr. Haruhodo created in his fucking demented mind to make himself feel better.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime to a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Stay there, Van Zeeks. I want to go check something. Okay, so what does Van Zeeks have? He has Black Knight. Now let's see what Sholmes has at his suite. He has White Knights! He has White Knights! Okay, wow, and then a black something. Maybe a pawn? I can't tell. Is that a pawn? Can we get confirmation on the pawn status? I think that was not a home story. I think that's why I didn't recognize it. I think the chess pieces are actually a reference to the fact that he knows, more than he lets on, the Reaper of the Bailey. Okay, it is confirmed black pawn status. I don't see any black pawns on this board either. I don't know, maybe this little one is? It's really hard to tell because it's so fucking small I have to squint to even look at it. But for sure the White Knight is very suspicious. The White Knight is so prominent on Sholmes' desk, and then the Black Knight is so prominent on this dude's desk. I think they definitely know each other a little bit more than they're letting on. Don't fucking yowl at me. My dog's yowling at me. Hang on, before we continue this fucking crazy part of the game, I will take a quick BRB to go grab some water. He has vampire bats! Yes! Okay, he does have dumb vampire stuff. Good. There's no coffin. There is no coffin, but he at least has a big hookah and big vampire bats. I didn't notice the bats. That's fucking hilarious. That's so dumb. He's so over the top. He's so corny. I love Ace Attorney characters. They're way too much. They're actually so fucking over the top. You know what? I don't want to be right back right now. I'm not going to BRB yet. I'll BRB in a second. I'll BRB later. But I want to at least clear this scene first because I'm like super invested in what's going on right now. I don't want to leave on a big cliffhanger, just little ones. He's also got a miniature of the World Fair, which is interesting. And he's got so much shit going on here. Yeah, the 8,000 barrels of wine. It does explain a lot. It does explain how he's so frivolous with his wine all the time. And all the court cases where he just flings it into the gallery. He's not exactly hurting for it. He's very wealthy, I gotta say. This is very basically real life as well. If you're a lawyer in real life, and you're not like a corporate defense lawyer, you're making fucking peanuts compared to the prosecutors. Prosecutors are where all the big bucks are. We have a very lopsided legal system in the US in that sense. Like, they make a lot. They make bank. Again, like I was mentioning earlier, that's where a lot of the career advancement opportunity is too. Saturation divers. Exactly, Remix. Exactly. What the fuck are you talking about, you ape? Nice haircut, ape. Are your mom cutting you? Huh? What the fuck is a saturation diver? He's been gone too long in the, you know, Midnight Sea. Oh, what's becoming of he? I want to check out this miniature real fast.
Ooh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
Oh, that's okay. I know what saturation divers are now. It's those dudes who go underground and like weld and shit. Like the underwater workers. Yeah, that's a Byford Dolphin moment for sure. There's a reason those people make so much money is the thing. If there's a job that seems like it pays a lot of money for how like technical or hard it is, there's usually a good reason for that. It's usually because it's actually incredibly hard and dangerous. Like, you'll always hear about jobs like that, like the divers, where it's like, they only work like 3 months a year, you know? They just dive down there for a couple weeks and they get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's like, yeah, it's because they're all dead by the time they're 30. They're all dead from diving-related injuries and sicknesses. Yeah, motherfucker, their heads blown up from getting depressurized and shit. I would never go underwater to dive and weld. No chance. The probably best job you can get if you have like, you know, you're a strong dude but you don't have any real education is definitely working on an oil rig. But it's the same shit. Like, you'll get paid a ton of money, but it's because it's incredibly dangerous work. It's very fucking hard work and it's incredibly dangerous. But you'll make a lot of money. A lot of dudes will just do that for a couple years to try to, you know, make a living or support their family early on. And it destroys you, man. If you work in that for any extended period of time, it just fucking wrecks your body. And I imagine diving is even worse. Just constantly being way under the ocean and then back on land. That cannot be good for you in the long run at all. That's gotta fuck you up. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off of the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Oog! I really didn't think he'd overhear that. I really didn't think he would be racist all of a sudden. I wish I got to use miniatures as an investigative aid. That would be fun. I remember in the case, the DLC case for Ace Attorney 1 through 3, there was like a crazy fucking cool case that was so long, but it had a lot of stuff like that where there were like a bunch of miniatures, like layouts of rooms and stuff. It was really cool. That DLC case was fucking sick. It was the one where there was a murder that spanned like multiple buildings at the same time. It was really cool. So far, this game hasn't like wowed me with case complexity yet. That one was apparently made like way after Ace Attorney 1 through 3 were made. It was just like added on. But this one's like base game cases so far haven't been too crazy. They've been really cool, but like there's been nothing nearly as complex as that first game's DLC case. It was nuts. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? You're a little flattering yourself there, Van Zeeks. You don't look that handsome. You don't look that handsome, bro. You're playing it up a little bit. Like, a little bit, bro. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. They did not, bro. He actually fucking posted a picture on Twitter and says, I look exactly like L. The crazy part is he's not even cosplaying right now, and he looks that much like Baron Van Zee. This is mysterious. We're possibly dealing with a shh moment, if you catch my drift. I think our Baroque Van Zeeks may in fact be an impostor.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
Yeah, that was the original Snapchat filter for sure. That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Okay, sure, Van Zeeks. Sure, bro. He's so... Look at his fucking burning red blushing cheeks as we called him out for his fucking face app filters. Oh, then who is it? Lord Van Zeeks is an Instagram influencer. He won't tell us who it is. Interesting. I'm gonna talk to the apprentice. It really looks like a punishment to me.
I have never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. You think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us.
He's not dead.
Well, talk to him, idiot! Oh my god. Of course, we can't talk to him now, so there could be some fucking big twist of who it is later. I still think it's probably our boy. It's definitely Odie Asman. Yeah, that's who it is. Odie Asman looks fucking slightly like Pro Jared, I'm not gonna lie. Odie Asman definitely looks a little bit like Pro Jared. There is a picture of Odie Asman's little ass cock floating around on the internet these days. A well-known financier who perished at the explosion on the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. He was also the head of a large criminal organization. It wasn't actually that, like, widespread. They were just very large. They were just big dudes. Like, you could only join the criminal organization if you were 300 pounds plus. It was a body-positive organization, to say the least. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, look, you're wrong. 107. He doesn't have a fucking cross-shaped scar. He has one scar. I guess he kind of does. Yeah, he kind of has like a little furrowed brow thing going on too. I think you're right, maybe. Time traveling Germa. I could see it. I could definitely see it. Odie Asman definitely is making the when the imposter is sus face right now. For sure. Barok Van Zeeks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm beginning to think perhaps Barok Van Zeeks is actually motherfucking Barok von Strongheart. And this dude is the real Barok Van Zeeks. That makes no sense. That's the dumbest thing I've ever said. That's literally the dumbest theory I've ever come up with. Listen, I always get there eventually, okay? Give me a break. That's how my brain works. I wouldn't be so good at cracking the cases if I didn't spitball insane theories sometimes. They're not all gonna be bullseyes. It's like a blind ape throwing darts at a board. Once he throws enough of them, he hits the fucking bullseye every time. But it's a process, you know? It's a process. We gotta get there. But sadly, they didn't do a good job. The other obvious guess would be brother? Brother/son? How old is Van Zeeks? He's only like 30-something, right? He could technically have a son. 33. That, yeah, he probably doesn't have a son that old. Probably doesn't have a son that old. So possibly brother. Possibly brother of Zeeks. Surely that's immediately obvious. The Reaper's identity! Let's talk about that. I want to know. What do you mean by what you said before? About that thing that one time? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
No, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Yeah, it's definitely Lord Strongheart is the Reaper. It's definitely Lord Van Strongheart is the Creeper of the Valley. Because that's like his whole deal, right? It's why he's so obsessed with forensic science. It's why he's so obsessed with order. He wants to, like, eliminate crime. So he's basically scaring everybody straight. I assumed that Van Zieks was doing that. But apparently Van Zieks is not doing that at all. And here's my idea, right? This is my theory, my working theory. We don't know much about Lord Strongheart, to be fair. So it could just be how he is. He's just that type of dude that he, like, really believes in people in his heart of hearts. He doesn't strike me as the humanitarian type, though. And so it's suspicious to me that he's so absolutely and with such certainty and conviction said that it's not Van Zieks. Because how does he know? Right? If it's not Van Zieks and it's not Lord Strongheart, then how is Lord Strongheart so positive that it's not Van Zieks? He could just genuinely have that much trust and faith in Van Zieks, but I don't know. He doesn't seem like that kind of dude to me. He does have a very strong sense of justice, too, so he could see it as a positive, you know? Even if the person's not necessarily guilty, he could have a very utilitarian worldview that even if this one person isn't guilty, if it stops 2 crimes in the future, that's a net gain. That's technically a net positive for society. So I don't know. Seems like possibly it's a Strongheart moment, a hashtag Strongheart moment. But again, we don't know enough about his personality to really make that kind of judgment. But he really doesn't strike me as the type to be like, I believe in everybody I work with. They would never do anything bad. He doesn't seem that idealistic. He seems a little cynical. He does have big dreams, though. He's got big aspirations, which is usually kind of an idealist trait. The number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zieks. That's so messed up that he's being put in harm's way like this. It is very strange that Van Zieks is so adamant that it's like other criminals doing it as well. Because it actually doesn't make that much sense if you think about it. Because think about this, if it was actually other criminals doing the killing, then other criminals would know that, because that would be who the message is for, right? Like, they would know that the people doing the killing are also other criminals, and so the crime rate wouldn't be dropping. Because why would the criminals who are killing these other criminals to send the message want the crime rate to drop? If anything, you would think that they would want the crime rate go up. Crime rate go up, stonk go up. Last night's attack. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True, carried out by the henchmen of Odi Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant that their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odi Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Oh my god. I have bad news, guys. This may sound offensive, but Albert is possibly the most evil fucking name in human history. Albert is quite possibly the most menacing name you could hear whispered on the wind. When the name Albert is heard spoken, a room falls to a fucking hush. You could hear a fucking pin drop in the middle of a crowded tavern if the name Albert is even uttered, let alone Albert Hairbrain. Ooh, that shit's giving me the chills. You know that MF is guilty. He might as well be named John Murderman at this rate. That's an evil-ass name. That's right. You know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. Your... What? Your contemporary? Huh? Wouldn't Van Zieks have been going to law school? Maybe back then, it was like less specified, you know? Like it was less specific. The weird thing about college way back when, I don't know about in Japan or England, but in America, is that people went to college like absurdly young, at like hilariously young ages. I think Alexander Hamilton went to college when he was like 13, which is pretty early. People really wanted to get a jump start on the old career back in the day. You know, it was basically like a young Sheldon in real life. I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. Okay, good, he was in a law path. I was starting to think that maybe our friend Van Zieks would be like kind of a Naruhodo parallel, in that he originally was going to be a scienceman, and then he switched over because some crazy event transpired in his life. Because they've done a lot of stuff where characters parallel each other in Ace Attorney. That's a pretty common theme. And so far, Naruhodo and Van Zieks really aren't very similar at all. They really don't have much in common at all. They have very different senses of justice. They move in very different circles, very different personalities. There's really not much connecting them besides the whole rivalry aspect. Van Zieks says, friends? Right? His only friend is right now sitting in a corner, not allowed to move or speak. Van Zieks is not a good friend, bro. When you come over to Van Zieks' house to play fucking Kirby Air Ride, he hands you the fucking nasty-ass Mad Catz controller with Dorito dust encrusting all the buttons. He is not a good friend to hang out with. No way. He makes you sit on the floor while he sits in his big gamer chair wearing cat ear headphones. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh, only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. I swear to God, Naruhodo, if you're surprised by this, I'm gonna be so mad. By you? Come on, Naruhodo. Get with the fucking program. First, he was surprised to learn that his defendant was accused of murder, which has been literally every single case since the game started. And now he's surprised that Van Zieks is the prosecutor, which has, according to my calculations, been every single case since the game started. The first game, that is. Not counting the Japan ones, of course. The cases in Japan were handled by Ouchie. But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. And why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? Lord Van Zieks. That's pretty crazy. Huh. You know, the portrait really dominates the room. I don't know. I was thinking about that theory I said earlier. And it could have something to do with this. Like, remember how I was talking about how I thought that maybe Van Zieks and Naruhodo would parallel in some way, because generally they do in these games. That's kind of the Ace Attorney thing. Maybe this is how it parallels. Maybe Van Zieks has somebody in his life that was very close to him, who kind of either died or left their dream to Van Zieks to carry out instead, much like Naruhodo has Kazuma. That could kind of make sense. And this whole case is called the Return of the Great Departed Soul, and they've brought up Kazuma like 3 times. So it would kind of add up. If they were to pull a plot element like that, this would be the case to do it. All signs are pointing to maybe Van Zieks having something similar in his past. It's a very majestic outfit and pose. I'm trying to glean like any extra information from the design elements, but I'm getting nothing, man. I can only think of like the most generic stuff, like brother, Van Zieks' brother or son, but he's not old enough to have an adult son. Because, yeah, he just wears the same stuff, he looks the same. He's just like more handsome version of Van Zieks. There's not any specific design element that would lead me to believe anything else. Yes, you're right. It's not far off, but the artist exaggerated his subject's handsomeness. That's such a sick burn, Iris. Yeah, it does look very relative-esque. That could be, yeah, you guys might be onto something there with like an ancestor type deal. It could just be someone famous from the family, like a portrait of them when they were really young. Could be, for sure. Especially if it's like an established family. Usually people don't have like big famous portraits till they're older. But if he's from like a really rich family, there could be a portrait of a young, strapping version of one of his ancestors. And yeah, if it was something like that, it would definitely play into the whole paralleling the two. I remember in Ace Attorney 1 through 3, those are the only other ones I played, was the Ace Attorney trilogy. Sausage Show sent me that on Steam, so I got to stream that one as well. And that was always like a big thing, right? It was like either paralleling the defense and the prosecution, or it was paralleling the prosecution and the prosecution. It was always a big thing, was like trying to humanize the person on the other side of the bench. But again, that really hasn't happened for Van Zieks yet. He is very much inhuman the entire game. He is literally thought of as like a supernatural monster that murders people off the street. And it's not really this game's MO to have a character that's that detached from everything. Oh yeah, you're right. I've got to examine all the stuff. I almost just left. It doesn't let me examine the swords? Pussy. Van Zieks is actually such a man after my own heart that he has like the same sword collection as me too. I have a basket-hilted sword and I have a scimitar in my sword collection. That's crazy. He has good taste. He has very good taste. Old Van Zieks is. Pussy. I hope that's what Van Zieks says in his next line. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Oh my god, I just thought of the best prosecutor ever for the next Ace Attorney game. They should have a prosecutor who's just like all scrub quotes. Whenever you beat him, he says like, you're not supposed to roll catch me. Whenever you beat him, he's like, that's not fair, you're not supposed to present evidence against my testimony. That'd be fucking godlike, dude. Bad matchup, this is not fair. We got a bad judge. We got a bad courtroom. I demand a retrial. I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Come on, man, I do pretty good. Oh. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose works you defile. So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Weird. And the Herlock connection seems very weird too. There's so many mysteries going on already. I'm so into this case. I'm already so much more invested in this case than the other ones. There's so many moving pieces already. Literally moving pieces. There's 2 pieces from this chessboard that are in fucking Herlock Sholmes' room. So like they have some sort of deep connection that we don't know about yet. They have the whole mysterious portrait thing. There's the mysterious man sitting in the corner. My god, this case is already crazy. There's already so much to remember. And we haven't even gotten to the case. We literally have not even gotten to the case yet. How do you know they're from that chessboard? To be fair, I don't. But if you were making a game, you generally do it with some sort of intention, right? With like any sort of work, especially. And so to specifically draw a chessboard that conspicuously has a black horse and create a different chess piece in a different character's room that's a white knight, it's like very specific, you know? It seems very specific to just be nothing. It could technically be absolutely nothing, but I kind of give it more credit than that. That would be funny if they just want to make fucking schizophrenic players like myself go crazy by putting stuff like that in the game. That would be a good trick. But look, right up there is the chess pieces that are missing from his board. I don't know. Seems suspicious. Seems suspect. Yeah, that is true. They do have that in common, I guess. The Naruhodo and Van Zieks, is that they're both like fairly invested in finding the actual truth behind the case as opposed to just winning. Although Van Zieks does lean more to that side. Van Zieks is kind of under the impression that if I'm prosecuting someone, I've already decided they're guilty. Which is probably helps him with his conscience, but... yeah, like in the last case, for example, when the witnesses were like desperately trying to cling to Van Zieks to bail them out from their lies, he was just like, no, fuck you, I want to know what really happened. So he does have that going for him too. He is very, he tries to get to the bottom of things, even if it's not great for his case. That is really funny. That's just Ace Attorney in general. They always build up these prosecutors to have these immaculate and human records, and then just have you beat them in case number 1 and then every consecutive case. And the protagonist is like still scared of them, and they still talk smack. It's like, you have to look at it like WWE. It's like kayfabe, you know? You can't look at what actually happens, it's like the narrative. The characters just have like their running narrative that they play regardless of what happens in the game. Like if you look at Edgeworth in the fucking games as he's presented without paying attention to what they tell you about him, he's terrible at his job. He loses every single case that he's ever involved in. I think there was like one case in the trilogy where Phoenix Wright wasn't there, so Edgeworth had to do the defense and he won. That's the only time he's ever won a case in 1 through 3. He just gets wrecked, but he still talks so much shit. And like all the other characters are still like, oh my god, it's Edgeworth. Nobody's ever beat him. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think. All those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them? Dead? Do you? What ridiculous notions are you going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Fair. We are talking mad smack on him. Iris at least has an excuse because she's like 10 years old, but Naruhodo is just like gossiping about him 2 feet away. That's awesome. Spooky! Haunted house! Wow! They were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. It was not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. Yeah, that was a fucking jump scare. That scared me so deeply, man. That was terrifying. That was like Five Nights at Freddy's 1 through 32 all wrapped up in a one scene. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. That was fucking awesome. I'm glad I clicked on that, because that was very easily missable. Oh, Van Zeeks, I love your dumb vampire aesthetic. It's so great. Honestly, the prosecutors and Ace Attorney are just all so awesome. The prosecution is always like the best characters in all these games. I like the cyborg guy probably the best, but they're all winners. The weird Mexican cyborg guy from Ace Attorney 3 was like a complete Giga Chad. All he did was drink coffee and throw it at people's heads. They were all great though. There was Edgeworth, there was Von Karma, Junior and Senior. I actually forgot about Senior. I think, honestly, despite how important he was story-wise, Von Karma Senior was probably the least interesting prosecutor. He just wasn't that, like, charismatic. The rest of the prosecutors are all, like, really memorable and cool. And Von Karma Senior just kind of was not super interesting. He was very one-note. It makes sense, because he was in one case, but... yeah, I didn't like him that much. I guess we'll go visit the prison next? I'm gonna go to Sholmes' suite one more time real fast. Just check out those sweet chess pieces. Nah, Sholmes isn't here, okay. I was secretly trying to see if he was here now that I finished talking to the other guy. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll go to the prison and meet our defendant next. Things are finally starting to heat up again. It's time for a whole new case. I hope this one is not as insanely long as that last one, but we'll see. I will take this opportunity to be right back before we go continue with the next leg of the case. Because I gotta go refill my coffee and my water real quick. But I will run a quick ad, and then I will catch you all on the other side of this quick ad, so stick around. I will see you in a few. Alright, I'm back and I'm ready for more action. I brought all my stuff back. All my water back. And we already talked to Van Zix. Oh, we could try showing him. We could try showing him the article, but he already kind of told us about everything, so I doubt we need to. I'll try it anyway, just in case. Your ads have no power over me. Yeah, the subs are immune to ads, which is awesome. I do have my ads set to as low as possible for everyone, but it barely changes anything because it's still very ad dense, Twitch in general. The best you can do is like run ads and then like when you're gone, and then it turns off pre-rolls for like 30 minutes. I've starting the stream like 3 to 5 minutes early, just so that I can manually run an ad and kill pre-rolls for when the stream actually starts. I thought that was a pretty good plan. That way the first 30 minutes of the stream, there's just no pre-rolls. That's why I finally added a stream starting screen. I generally don't need one because it's kind of pointless. I can just kind of jump into things, but it's good for that purpose for sure, just being able to run an ad. Stay hydrated, bot. He would. RIP, stay hydrated, bot. He was unfortunately hydrated himself. And robots, they do not need to stay hydrated. If anything, it's better for them to stay dehydrated. He was dropped into a dunk tank right fast. Lord Van Zix, about the article in this paper. Ah yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. Aha, okay, let's look at this though. Is there information in this picture that would be of interest to us? I don't think so. The first most obvious thing to look for would be, is this guy Van Zix or is it the guy in the painting? But you can't really tell, so I'm gonna assume it's Van Zix. You can't see his face, which would be where you'd see the scar, which is like the main defining feature. I don't think you can tell in this photo. It's very small, it's hard to see. I don't have good vision. If that wasn't obvious. He got hydrated permanently with bans. He got sent to the fucking bottom of the Marianas Trench. The Banianas Trench. RIP hydrated bot. But his memory lives on, because now I remember to drink water in his honor. Otherwise, I would have dried up to a fucking shriveled husk long ago. Oh, let's check the sword! Let's check the sword! That's important. We can check this sword, cross-reference it against the one in the painting. Then we could try to figure out if it's Van Zix or if it's the other guy. It should be Van Zix, but you never know. They might pull some shit. Like, Van Zix isn't even denying that it's him. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. Sword looks different. That does not look like the same sword at all. Okay, so I think it's Van Zix still.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about him? I guess we'll talk about the apprentice. I do want to check that real fast, cross-reference it. Because the thing is, I do pay a lot of attention to swords, because I'm obsessed with them. And Van Zix's sword in that photo doesn't really look like the one he usually carries in court. Which could just be because they didn't care because it's not important, or it could be because it is important. The Reaper attacked. I zoom in on that shit. Oh no, okay, I was misseeing this. Yeah, that is his sword. That is completely his sword. It's just from a different angle. I couldn't tell. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. If you really squint, you can see. He's pulling it out of his scabbard. You can hear the rasp of the scabbard as he pulls the sword out. Knuckles facing the camera. The guard is over his hand. Okay, I see it now. At first, I thought that he had the sword like sideways and the blade was pointing towards the camera. Because I have horrible vision. But that's not what's happening at all. Yeah, so that does look like his sword then, the one he uses in court. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Zix as a result by the sound of it. It makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Yes, and so that makes it even less likely that it's not Van Ziek's, because this sword in the painting is like a regular crossguard sword, like a classic European-style arming sword. It doesn't have the handguard. Like Van Ziek's sword that he wears in court has this sort of guard over it. It's not as wide as the basket hilt, but it's like a saber, basically. So, it does actually... You can kind of see it on the hilt in this picture, but not really. You can see it in court. I know it probably doesn't matter, but you know, it's always the small stuff. Like, you do have to pay attention to the small details. I do like how they have swords, too. It's fucking awesome. I wish real lawyers had swords. Real lawyers are so much lamer than lawyers in fiction. When was the last time a real lawyer did anything like Better Call Saul, huh? I'm taking one last peek at this. I'm taking one last peek. Because actually... you should be able to see Van Ziek's scar in that photo, but I don't think you can, which is very suspicious. You totally should. His scar goes from up here to down here. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm stupid. He's reversed. That does make sense then. Okay, so his scar should be mostly invisible then. I don't know, man, I can't do directions. You lose me at that north/south shit. Can't do it. Yeah, no, this isn't suspicious. Put the fucking text away, Moran. I'm trying to see the fucking face to see if there's a scar. I think you can't see a scar in that photo, but at the same time, I don't think you should be able to, because I think it's this side of his face right here. I think it's the right side of his face. Or, I don't care. It's that side of his face, the non-scarred side. The side where the scar is on his forehead. I think that's the side that's in the photo. And that's kind of covered by, like, the top hat that he's wearing, so... what I was looking for was if it was the other side of his face, you should be able to see a scar, and in the photo it doesn't look like there is one. Which was suspicious to me at first, but now I get it. It's because of directions and shit. Yeah, cardinal directions were actually fucking a ruse by Satan to try to convince the Christian man and throw him off of the true path. Directions are not real. Anybody who says they can tell which direction they're facing is a complete liar. That's some bird stuff right there. That means you a bird. Secret Van Ziek's twin. There could secretly be a Van Ziek, that's for sure, yeah. Yeah, like, if there's a brother/twin, that would explain a lot. See, this guy does look very, very close to the picture in the newspaper, but so does regular Van Ziek's is the thing. If only we could fucking see it, but it won't let me zoom in on it anymore because this game's being a complete bastard. That's why it would be very helpful if he was facing Scar towards camera, because that's a very easily distinguishing feature, is the scar. But I think he was facing Scar away from camera. He does have a little flop of hair, and the guy in the photo has a little flop of hair. But I believe Van Ziek's also has a flop of hair. He does. Well, actually, I don't know. Van Ziek's flop of hair is, like, very pronounced. This guy has a little flop of hair. And the guy in the photo has a very little flop of hair as well. Yeah, look at that. I don't know. That's a suspicious photo, is all I'm saying. It could also be off-model. In Ace Attorney 1 through 3, that happened a couple times where pictures were just straight up, like, off-model and it threw me off. So that could be the case. But look at that flop. Look at the flop of hair in that photo. It doesn't look quite as long as his usual flop. Zoom in on the photo album. It's very close to that length of flop. The thing is, I don't want to do that because they might be intentionally hiding it. There's always the possibility, you know? Like, if they're only showing it once or twice, it might be intentionally, obscured for now. Look how long those flops are, man. I'm just saying. The flops of hair here are so long. Again, it could be off-model, or it could be a very important clue. I'm taking one last look, and then I swear I'll move on. I'm just getting fixated on this for no reason. Double press home zooms in. No, it brings me fucking home. I was trolled. Oh well, it doesn't matter. We'll probably get to see the picture again later. We could take a better look at it. Yeah, that was a fucking troll moment. That portrait does not depict me, I swear! Based on how it looks off the one fucking millisecond glance we get in that newspaper photo though, it kind of looks like a awkward middle ground. It doesn't look quite short enough to be the other guy's floop. And it doesn't look quite long enough to be a Van Zeek's floop is the thing. Like that shit goes down to his fucking mouth. It's long. It's very long. The other guy, the guy in the newspaper, it definitely doesn't go down to his mouth. Okay, I said I would stop looking at it though. Oh well, we'll look at it again later. God damn it, I pressed the wrong fucking button. The thing about Ace Attorney is that while they do generally get pretty creative with their mysteries, they do also fall into tropes a lot. And one of the biggest tropes in any sort of mystery thing is like the double, like the stand-in, right? That happens a lot. And in Ace Attorney, it also happened a lot. I believe the last case or second to last case in Ace Attorney 3 was literally like secret twin. So it would not be the first time. Your apprentice. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Rudo. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. It's a setting you have to enable? Yeah, right. The double home button was the most classic trick in the book. It was basically like a Wile E. Coyote tunnel painted on the cliff face. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. I can't fucking see his face, bro. On guard. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh my god, dude. That guy is so evil, bro. Look at that. He's the fucking apprentice. Ooh. Ooh. I noticed something about his design that's very suspicious, bro. The pin. You see that pin? That pin looks really fucking similar to the pins that other characters have worn so far. Yeah, particularly Kazumiya's. I'm thinking we may not have been far off the mark earlier about Kazuma's role in all this. Ah! It's Apprentice! The task is complete! Good! In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Yes, my master. Bro. Don't fucking look at me like that. Nice to meet you. Okay, he's gone now. Apprentice left. Back to work again. Have I watched fencing IRL? I have. I'm not the biggest fan of fencing. You would think I would like it more than I do. But I've never been super into it. I've just like seen it at the Olympics now and then. That was really strange though. You know people have died fencing at the Olympics? Some guy got like stabbed through his fucking neck at the Olympics. And just died. Just ate it. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. This can't actually be Kazuma because it's way too fucking obvious. It's way too obvious that this would be Kazuma. Like, the chapter is called The Return of the Great Departed Soul, for fuck's sake. It can't be him. It would be way too obvious. It's even like I was saying earlier, even the timeline matches up. Like, the killings of the Reaper and the Reaper returning to court just so happened to coincide with when Kazuma would have arrived if he hadn't died. It's just way too convenient. Like, right now, more signs point towards this being Kazuma than anybody else. By a lot. I can't even think of a single other person that we've encountered that this could possibly be, except for Kazuma. That's why I'm thinking that, you know, it's probably not actually him. It would be too obvious. Somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. That is true. See, that's the thing, though. It's like a conspiracy. This whole game is about a web of intrigue and conspiracy. And if you think about it, it's actually a bit more suspicious that the Kazuma stuff all happened on a ship, because it was basically the one murder and the one trial that never went to court. It all took place on a ship. We never saw that girl get sentenced. We never saw her get executed. We were never even told she was executed. All we were told is that she was dropped off, and we never saw her again. And who was on the ship but another fucking government agent? And we know there's some government-spanning conspiracy. The, like, chief of spies or police for the Japanese was there. The guy who's always in disguise all the time. I don't know, it seems, and he died in very suspicious, convenient circumstances too, if I remember. He, like, tripped over a cat and bumped his head, and he was dead. That's all I'm saying is, like, I don't know. It's right now, it feels like they're pointing us really hard to this being Kazuma. I feel like it would be a crazier twist if it wasn't him. Medieval fencing? Oh no, I haven't seen medieval fencing. The movie The Duelist has really good sword fights in it, but it's not real fencing. It's just movie. It's just like a sweet ass movie. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. What'd he forbid? Oh, conversing with him, okay. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Nah. It's not my friend Kazuma who died because a Russian ballerina pushed him and he tripped over a cat and he hit his head when nobody had seen it happen. And then I woke up inside of a locker so I couldn't witness the murder and he had written something on the floor. It couldn't be that guy. That would be crazy. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Oh, sorry, that was Van Zeek's. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Are we gonna get to do a trial today? Oh, you shouldn't have, Ace Attorney. You spoiled me. Also, we've learned fucking nothing. How are we gonna do a trial? We don't even know who we're fucking representing yet. We have no evidence. Thank you for the advice. And for the consideration. I can't believe he's asking after Sozeki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. He probably wants to know if the curse of the Bailey followed the guy to Japan, because that's what I wanted to know. You would think that since the curse of the Bailey is presumably just one dude, that it should be localized to England. So if Mr. Natsume ends up dying all the way back in Japan, then that means there's a way bigger problem on our hands than an isolated vigilante. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. Bye, Lord Van Zeeks. Everybody wave goodbye. Everybody wave goodbye to Lord Van Zeeks. We're never gonna see him again. Turns out he doesn't want to prosecute after all. He got bored and tired, so Aochi's coming in. Special guest prosecutor. Yeah, his posture. His posture is the one thing that Ryunosuke was like, wait a minute, I would recognize that spine anywhere! Not the fucking entire bottom half of his face that isn't covered at all. Ao Oni as the guest prosecutor? That would be way too cool, man. They can't bring him in as the special guest prosecutor. Man, these games are so fun. Please localize more Ace Attorney games, you stupid fucking company piece of shit. They localize these games so slowly. This is like a 20-year-old franchise, and there's like 5 games that are released in English. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There was the Ace Attorney trilogy, and then there's the Ace Attorney Chronicles, which are these 2 prequel ones. But there's so many more Ace Attorney games than that just aren't in English yet. Or just aren't released on modern systems. Maybe they came out on like the DS or something, I don't know. Going to prison. Going on a field trip to prison. Don't drop the soap. 22nd October, local prison, cell number 11. Hello, popcorn guy. He kind of looks like a Pokemon character to me. Like the human Pokemon designs always look like that a little bit. She-Hulk. Woohoo! She and Van Zeeks actually climb up onto their opposing benches and have a twerk off. That's how they decide the fate of the case. It plays that fucking epic orchestral music while they're just clapping at each other. 22nd October, local prison, cell 11. It just becomes so intense and violent that Lord Strongheart in his fucking clock tower is just crushed by falling gears and machinery. The entire building just fucking collapses. It's the greatest tragedy in English history. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. They did not try at all with that name. I was into the name of the guy who was like Odie Us or whatever his name was, but Hairbrain? They made no effort in this one. Oh my god, he's such a fucking dork.
Who are you?
I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't.
Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Hey! We found out that Han is sighing. Now's not probably a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. He's German, that's true. He's actually so German. A German nerd? What will they think of next? Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular...
I'm so sick of her wearing her stupid Mickey Mouse outfit. I'm so sick of it. It looks so stupid, Iris. Please wear something different. Please wear anything different besides this stupid-ass thing. She could wear like a Mickey Mouse Clubhouse t-shirt, fine, but this is just too much. It actually looks like fucking Kingdom Hearts. Oh, he was in the cutscene, that's true, I remember that. The one voiced cutscene ever made, and it was this fucking hairbrain guy pulling levers and shit.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Arg.
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time it was a great success. I'm not gonna give him that voice, I'm sorry. You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes, right here in front of me. Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However,
the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished?
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is, the large explosion that killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
Oh, he's pissed. He doesn't like murder. He don't like that. I also like how his head looked like an explosion, too. Kind of sells the point pretty well. No, Iris cannot be the new Susato. I'm already sick of her. I remember when they did Pearly Faye as the new Maya for a little while in Ace Attorney 3. That was also crazy.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
His name tag is the German flag. 107, you gotta go back to your motherfucking geometry class, because that is not a German flag. Unless that's what it looked like in the... Someone go look up Google. Jamie, pull up the year 1892 German flag. Is that what... Did it look like a dang iced cream sandwich back then? Is that what it was? Nowadays, it doesn't look anything close to that name tag, even remotely.
It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Hurley and I were talking about it this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine...
Oh, that's him talking. Why was Iris moving then? That's just intentionally confusing.
Then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like.
I see.
If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected at all costs. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
I see now. Interesting. So what's important to note there is that it doesn't actually matter if this guy is the murderer. It just matters that there is a murder involved, period. And then the government gets to keep this brand new invention that's super important. So really, the biggest motive opportunity, when you consider that, the biggest motive for this case right now is all eyes have got to be on somebody who works in the government. Like, they have a huge motive to make this a murder weapon. Because if this is a murder weapon, it's now property of the British government, like, full stop. Not only do they get to take custody of it temporarily, they have it. They can take it down to its fucking nuts and bolts and see how it was assembled. They recreated themselves. And this definitely is the kind of thing that would have incredible military application. It is incredibly important device. It's fucking teleportation, bro. Having teleportation in the age of, like, sea travel on big wooden boats is kind of nuts. Green, white, red is Iran's. Oh, man. You were close, 107. You were definitely close, but that is not quite the German flag. And unfortunately, misrepresenting an entire nation is a ban. So everybody wave goodbye to 107. Iran is not Germany. On the behalf of the Iranians and the Germans, I'm offended. You know what? I don't think I have a single viewer from either of those countries, from Iran or Germany. When I look at my, like, little statistics of viewership, I do have a weirdly global viewer base, which is very strange, especially for how small my stream is. But I don't think Iran or Germany is represented at all. There's a decent amount of Europeans, but not Germans. Germans do not fuck with me. Instantaneous kinesis. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. What? This is stupid, dude. This game is becoming, like, weirdly sci-fi. None of this makes any sense. Humans are made of particles that are held together by electrical bonds? No? Is this supposed to be, like, alternate history Earth or something? I'm so good. How do they have a fucking teleportation machine in the year 1800? And then in this universe, humans are made of electricity? This is so stupid, dude. This game is getting so dumb. You can tell this was written by a real fucking moron when they say shit like that. Yeah, like fucking poor particles and shit. I don't know what any of this means. It must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage to break these bonds and beam the particles through space. That's all in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Maybe it's supposed to be, like, really meta. Like, these are literally video game characters in universe. They just have like done science and figured out that they're made of electricity and they're like pixels on a screen. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Yeah, this game might get blocked for this because it's getting really confusing. Any game that gets my brain to hort is an instant block. Everybody knows that. Remember when I tried to play that game Weiss? I ended up fucking smashing my computer into 30 distinct pieces. That was a fucking instant block too. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. I think the hardest game I've ever played on stream in terms of like brain hort was that Portal game with time travel. That shit was so fucking hard. There's a Portal mod called like Portal Reloaded or something where they add a third portal, which is a time portal. So you have to play the game Portal, but in 2 separate timelines. You go to the future to help yourself solve puzzles in the past. And it is as confusing as it sounds. It was so fucking hard to play that game and also stream at the same time. It's a really cool mod, but by God, it's really hard. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. But what are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should. What? You shouldn't make instantaneous travel across the planet because it will make the world seem smaller? Iris, you stupid. It is interesting to think about, like, the alternate history where airplanes have not been invented yet. Imagine how much more advanced our sea travel would be by now. Right now, sea travel still does advance for the sake of Navy technology and for the sake of transportation, because you can't feasibly transport, like, very large quantities of things by airplane. You basically still need cargo ships. But besides that, people don't really fuck with the ocean nearly as much anymore. I bet we would have way crazier ocean tech on deck if we had never found airplanes. Like, even in terms of exploration, like, we would have discovered a bunch of extra shit, especially the underwater zones. In the middle, like the dead middle of the fucking ocean, people never even give a fuck about exploring that anymore. But if we had no aeroplanes, we kind of need to still.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes.
I see, okay. So think about this, too. If you are the British government, which is not that much of a stretch for some people who do actually work in the British government, what we know right now of the case, as we've been told, if there's no twists and turns about identities, is that Odie Osmond, the odious man, is the head of a large criminal organization. And he's also the person funding this brand new technology that's literally instant transmission. Like, this is a game changer. So if you're the British government, your choices are either turn this thing into a murder weapon so you can confiscate it, or have this technology exist, but you don't control it, the fucking criminals control it. Like, a big criminal organization that is in your country has access to the most dangerous technology ever invented. So if you look at it from that angle, the government is seeming even more suspicious at this point. Like, that's a hell of a motive. Even just in terms of raw opportunity, it would be beneficial for them to steal this thing. But now you have to look at it from the angle of, like, undesirables would be getting their hands on this thing if the government doesn't. So not only do they have a motive, they have like a clock running of how long they have until this thing is out of their reach. They're looking more and more suspicious for sure. He was also the head. This guy is not looking at fucking anybody. You can tell that his model was created, and then they realized that he was talking to Iris halfway through, and they're like, oh shit. Oh, it's too late now, just ship it. He's staring at the ghost hovering above Iris's head instead. Yeah, B-Machine will do it. B-Machine's on the case. He's gonna shove reanimated bit into the transformer and then blow it up. Or into the transporter, sorry, not the transformer. No, it would be cooler if this guy had built a giant transformer. Early's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The victim. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. Megatron as a witness. That would be so sick, dude. Just imagine the jury bench just fucking packed with the fucking Transformers shoulder to shoulder trying to fit on that little ass bench. Fucking Bumblebee and Starscream and shit sitting up there. That'd be dope. Autobots, roll out. This game stinks, bro. Turn on a fucking Transformers game. Can someone please mod this game so all the characters are Transformers? It's really not that much to ask. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Interesting. That was kind of a throwaway line, but that's very weird. If that went well, I could expect additional financial support from the research from the British government. Why do you think that? Huh. That's really important, but he's not going to expand upon it, which is annoying. Why would that be? I'm not seeing the A to B here. Private investor funds it at the Great Exhibition. All of a sudden, you're getting money from the British government? It's a little weird. I guess he's just thinking if it goes really well, they'll see the value in it, and therefore they'll start funding it. But I don't know. That was weird to just jump to that immediately and then jump away from it. Huh. Mr. Esmond provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine with my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. Ah, the public science program. Yeah, that probably is what he's talking about. Yeah. So if he shows his stuff with a private investor here, he'll be at the front of the line when they do that public science thing. That's right, I forgot about that. Yeah, he basically is a startup right now. Yeah, that's the thing. I forgot about that public science thing they were talking about earlier. Or was that for forensic science? I can't remember. It was the shit Strongheart was talking about. But yeah, he's basically right now Shark Tank. He's right now Shark Tank, but he wants to become eventually... he wants to become like a military tech guy. He wants to work for the government directly. He wants them to just be feeding him tons of money. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. A Reaper's varsity years. Stupid Reaper. Man, I'm so glad I got my Skyrim working again. That was crazy. I thought my Skyrim was gone for good, but I got it back. Next week, we'll try to do a Skyrim stream, but we'll see. I also got to stream Elder Scrolls Online at some point. I reinstalled that too. Varsity years. Alright, let's find out how he knows the Reaper. I want to know. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. That does not sound like Van Zeeks at all. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barak Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family with all its great aristocratic origins.
Aha, good, so he is from a rich family.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling! I kind of jumped the gun with that one because for the first entire game and most of this one, I was like auto-correcting his name in my brain to Baron Van Zieks. So I already thought that he was an aristocrat, but I guess this just confirms it for people who can actually read. For people who could actually read the name Barak without replacing it as Baron. That's probably quite the shock. Little darling!
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore.
Oh, really? You're so fucking helpful, Hairbrain.
I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Poor Hairbrain. Well, we did just get something really interesting, which is that we've just got hard confirmation that something crazy happened to Van Zieks, which makes sense. What is still a mystery? We're gonna have to figure that out, but we may be onto something with the whole, traumatic event changing his life shit. The same thing that happened. We were talking about that just earlier, how maybe there'll be some parallel to Ryunosuke in that sense. That's looking more and more likely, really. Though Ryunosuke didn't undergo like a big personality change, so to speak. He just kind of went from meek to being able to rise to the occasion. That's all that really changed about him. He was always kind of a nice guy. Like, Ryunosuke was always kind of a good dude. But he just wasn't very, confident, I guess. So, Professor, let me make sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it.
Thank you, Hairbrain. Thank you. Increase the support points. Man, that is the most crazy shit in Fire Emblem that I kind of love, but is completely batshit insane. Is that they will genuinely do that shit. They will just lock really, like, story important character information behind completely optional, grindable conversations that you could just totally miss. It's hilarious. I don't know why they do that shit, but I kind of like it.
Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years.
Okay, here's the most insane shit ever. This was from Fire Emblem on the GameCube. The Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. I won't spoil like the super specifics for people who haven't played them yet. But there's like a really important story character. There's several really important story characters who have like hugely important backstories and like lineages that you just can completely miss. You can completely miss really easily support conversations and new game plus events that tell you who these characters are and like what their backstories are. Fucking new game plus locked story stuff. It's insane. It's so weird. I don't understand why they did that, but it is hilarious. It is bizarre. I've never seen story locked behind New Game Plus before in my life.
I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know? I've always believed that, all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Well, you didn't have to mock the poor guy, Ryunosuke.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Right, Rudo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Expedition.
Sorry, exhibition. I keep reading that as expedition. Because let's be fair, the Great Expedition sounds like a way more fun time than the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Unless you're talking about, like, exhibitionists. If there was, like, bare naked ladies in that hall, that would be kind of dope. I wouldn't hate that.
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate it last. Okay, let's do it. A new location has been added. Oh god, what's at the experiment stage? Oh my god. This place is for nerds. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the Great Exhibition was gonna be like a lot less of for nerds than this. This isn't that cool at all. This exhibition stinks. I guess we'll see the top of the tower, maybe it'll look cool. Maybe they'll show us that at some point. Right now, it really doesn't look that impressive at all. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. That is a pretty good explosion. There was also shit on the floor, I noticed, as well.
Dot 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 dot! Dot 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 dot! Exclamation point!
What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. They're saying dot dot dot. What do they want?
What?
It's Gina. She's back. I remember her being a lot younger than that. Weird. She looks like grown up. It's because she was Iris's friend. That's why I remember her being a lot younger. Because she's friends with Iris, who's like 8 years old.
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, so you know it.
Wait, I know those voices.
You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. You who? Gregsy? What are you doing up there?
Oh, let us up. We just want to investigate is all.
Oh! Oh! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady? Shut up. Shut up, Ace Attorney. You tried way too hard. You went way too far for that pun. That was so dumb. Why? Why would you reference that in this?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship.
That was a fucking straight up Ethan Winters moment. That made no sense. Why would they reference that in the year 1890?
You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Why are they introducing him now? We've already seen him in this game like 10 times. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Tisk, a measly 5 bob, that's all you got. I'm assuming this is her talking. Yeah, there she is.
You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper in your pockets, man, than an hour Odo.
What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is.
You can't have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver, born and bred in East London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Oh, interesting. That's fun. Yeah, Lestrade is in the Scotland Yard in the actual Sherlock Holmes stories, which is why it was very confusing that he was suddenly a 10-year-old English girl in the video game. That was a pickpocket. But I guess this is before she becomes a cop.
So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. Inspector Lestrade.
Yeah, that was the character from the book, was Inspector Lestrade. 997. That's a good number. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls it that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. It sure does. This actually raises more questions than answers. Do you know about the Great Exhibition? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go?
Hey, looking for this, Odo?
When did she do that?
I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon?
Give that back first, please. Cool, so Gina's back. I thought for some reason that she had gone to prison? I was under the impression that she was in jail, but I guess she got better. I know we got her off of like the murder charge, but I thought she had still stolen a bunch of shit or something. No, that's right. She had like robbed a store at gunpoint. But I guess they didn't care. I guess they didn't care and they just let her go anyway. Fair enough. I mean, it's 6 months later. Maybe armed robbery isn't that harsh of a sentence back then. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. Okay, so she did go to jail. She's just out now. Oh yeah, there she is. Oh dude, they should have just like had her come back and look exactly the same, except she had no sleeves and her arms were just fucking jacked. She just had like Arnold Schwarzenegger arms, like SpongeBob inflatable arms because she was in prison. All she did in prison was fucking lift.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
I don't understand that reference. I don't get that reference. Talk about a sea change. What the fuck is a sea change? This game is so confusing for no reason all of a sudden.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, aka her old man.
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces round the world to put out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Inspector Lestrade. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Rudo, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial persecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty. And yet, here she is, still...
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called. God, you don't have to worry, Odo.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. And I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. She did straight up rob a dude at gunpoint. She did do that. We can't mince words. She was doing it to try to help Iris, but she, like, tried to rob this guy and then got him murdered.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
I do want to check on Albert Harebrain. Okay. A scientist who invented a machine to demonstrate super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. He's a friend of Lord Van Zieks. Okay, so they're both 33. Got it. Wow. Wow. And Herlock Sholmes is 34. They're all around the same age. That's what I was just thinking about, is all these ages, how they match up. They're all around the same age. They could have all been in the same school if Herlock Sholmes went to college. And more than that, I noticed that there's an exact 20-year age gap between Mael Strongheart and Baron Van Zieks. So that's interesting as well. But despite their visual similarities, the timeline also works out pretty nicely. If this guy was actually his father, that does work out. Most of them, it's kind of a stretch, you know, like the ages, if they would match up. But 20 years old is like, especially back then, that's plenty of time to have a kid. Tobias Gregson. Gregson doesn't seem like any part of any interesting age group in terms of important characters. 45 is just like smack dab. He's close to Odie Osmond, I guess, but that's about it. Because we do know that there was a bunch of drama in England way before we got here. I don't exactly remember the timeline, but like, there was a time when the Reaper was originally operating, or Van Zieks was originally a prosecutor, and there was a big gap, and then there was a time when he started again when I got there. And then besides just that one, there was also a time when, before any of this shit happened, where there was a bunch of drama in England, and like, Susato's dad was there, all that shit they talked about. That's another big time gap that I have to keep in mind. I don't know what any of them mean yet, but they're interesting to note. There's a lot of time-based shenanigans going on. 107, when he finds out Gina is 18. Is she? Oh yeah, she is, wow. I thought she was way younger because she's friends with Iris, who's only 10. I thought Gina was like 12, but I guess it's just because she was friends with Iris. And Susato's 16? I thought Susato was a grown adult. No, that's right. Susato's 16 because there was another thing with Susato's age where she lined up with something nicely, but I don't remember what it was. Fuck. Yeah, I don't remember what Susato's thing was, but there was another thing where her age kind of lined up nicely with something else. Oh, right. I think I remember now. It's Barak Van Zieks. Barak Van Zieks is 33. So 16 years ago, he would have been the same age as the current cast is now. You know what I'm saying? So that might be important too. Like the current cast is half of Van Zieks' age. So that might be important. But I don't know. It would have to do with... Because that's the thing, right? It would be like, Van Zieks would be the age we are now, and then that would be the same time when Susato's father was in England, because they mentioned that she was born while he was in England. So all of that stuff overlaps pretty nicely as well. There's a lot of like overlapping timelines we need to keep in mind. And it's very confusing, because this has been over the course of like a year. God dang. Lestrade is 18, so she wasn't around then. Like, she was just straight up not even a fetus. Naruhodo, I don't know. I assume he's the same age as Susato, though. Because they're, like, friends, or at least around there. Van Zieks is 10 years older than Ryunosuke. Oh, is Ryunosuke that old? Oh, Ryunosuke is 23. Okay, never mind. My device made a noise. I thought they were closer in age. Yeah, I thought Mikotoba was, like, 20. I thought Susato was, like, 20 originally. But she's not even close. Okay. Good to know. A lot of stuff to keep track of, and I'm not going to remember any of it. I'll try to. Yesterday's incident. Cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Jenny? With your own eyes? Oh my god, she's gonna be on the witness stand, god damn it. Of course, the boss is in charge here, righty? Her lines are the hardest lines to read in the entire game because they're like written like a fucking Cockney person. It's so hard to figure out what she's trying to say sometimes. Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to. All I have to say is, I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened. Watching it from above. Oh my god, her testimony is going to be really important too. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Okay, Naruhodo's 23, Kazuma's 24. Interesting. Toastman is back, baby. Let's go, Toastman. Well, he's not gonna be on for long, but he's back for now. I want to see his fun fact. For today. It was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Successful experiment. Shortly after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whooping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. Aha! Interesting. Yes, very interesting. In the Crystal Tower. What? In the tower? You can see for yourself there, can't you? Up there at the scaffold. Okay, so the first thing to note that is immediately incredibly suspicious to the point where I'm surprised the police didn't figure this out. What is the Crystal Tower probably made out of? Just a quick quiz. And notice how there was this great explosion and it somehow only shattered one tiny little piece of this Crystal Tower? That is immediately suspicious. Because that implies that this explosion was not the cause of whatever happened to break this wall. Because why would it? Why would it only break this one tiny part of the Crystal Tower that's made of fucking crystals? Amethyst. Wrong! Reanimated bit, it is not made out of amethyst. It is made out of garnet at best. The garnet tower just doesn't have the same ring to it, you know? Amethysts are pretty cool. I do have a proclivity for gemstones. I like them. If I ever become an insane rich person living in a secret castle, I'm definitely gonna have a secret, like, treasure trove of gems in a treasure chest. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where are the glasses broken, you mean? Garnet is a shitty ruby. No, garnets are cool in their own way. Garnets are cool in their own way. They're red. They go fast. Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get a beam through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but if anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I'd had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? The sketch of the experiment has been entered into the court record. There's also shit all over the fucking floor here. Like, right where I am. But I guess we're just not gonna talk about that. I see. Balloons. Okay, so the balloons are here. The evil laser is up there, and it's beaming up and over. So why would it have beamed them, like, directly the fuck across? That's my first question. Maybe it wasn't how it looked, but when it cut over to the dudes on the scaffold, they did not look particularly high up. I don't know. To be fair, we don't have a good glimpse of, like, anything right now, because we don't get much glimpses of nothing. We're just seeing the bottom floor. So maybe it's a better idea to just take this at face value for now, and assume that this is, like, up here abouts, the place where that window's broken. It might be over here. Yeah, the Big Bang Theory, baby. Let's go. Bazinga. They should have added Little Sheldon instead of Iris. It'd be a way better character. Successful experiment? About the investigation? Go away, Lestrade. Nobody likes you. If your favorite character is Lestrade, then you're a fool. Because Herlock Sholmes is 100 times cooler than she could ever hope to be. Her hat is a pale imitation of the Herlock Sholmes hat, as a matter of fact. A pale fucking imitation. That's normal for public places in England. Yeah, that is fair too. England is just normally in a state of disrepair at all times, and also made of crystals. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. That's fair, yeah. McGilded is also a classic character. He's also iconic. He's easily running up the number 2 spot. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all the chips that make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Odo. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Runo? Gregsy will listen to us. The forensic investigation team, huh? Interesting. So this dude has straight up, like, created the FBI, but in medieval England. And they have taken complete jurisdiction of the scene. A little suspicious. I get, that is, like, you do want to collect forensic evidence without letting the cops trample all over it. That is a real thing. But also a bit suspicious that there's this brand spanking new team that just gets to claim this crime scene when we know the government's gonna want a piece of this sweet-ass ray gun. It's all very convenient is all I'm saying. It smacks of planning, doesn't it? It smacks of it being planned out. The fact that this just so happens to overlap with the formation of this brand new team to keep the cops away. Could just be coincidence, to be fair, but the fact that this is the first case where those guys are a thing, pretty suspicious. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look! Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this that would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Let's take this green thing too. Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth? And let's double check this. Okay, so this guy does not wear green. That's what I wanted to know, is if the victim was wearing green, that would be very suspicious. He does not wear green. He wears like white and yellow. A ripped piece of cloth? It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. Huh. Interesting. Almost like some sort of flame retarded suit. Almost like some sort of flame retarded suit. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. Almost like some sort of flame retarded suit. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Not retarded, John. Retarded. Reanimated bit, that's fucking offensive, dude. Is a retardant like a Down syndrome person's trident if he's Aquaman? Is that what you're trying to get at here, Reanimated bit? Because that is highly offensive and I don't want you spouting this fucking venom in my chat room. I don't want you to be spouting this fucking sick puns that you make up. That's so mean of you to say. I don't even want to look at you right now, Reanimated bit. That fucking pissed me off. You are not a friend to the retarded community. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. She's saying, ha, right now. A torn piece of canvas-like material. Could you imagine how fucking sick it would be if Aquaman just breached the water with fucking full-on Down syndrome? Green piece of cloth. That cloth is green! I can't deny it! I did not add another Invader V blurb. I deleted the other one that was called SDSD, or I renamed it to Invader V. And then I deleted the other one. I renamed so that it doesn't just say SDSD and now says Invader V. And I deleted the old one that wasn't properly clipped. So it's just updated. It's the same one, it's just updated now. Rocket Pal got banned. Yeah, basically so far Rocket Pal, the guy who got murdered is this guy, and we don't know who did it. Mr. Odious Man, Odie Osman, got his ass banned from existence. He was killed in a teleporter accident because there was a science fair and a crazy German scientist tried to teleport him. He died in an explosion supposedly, and then we're trying to investigate right now to figure out who did it and why. We don't know much yet. We don't know much about it. All we know is that he was the investor in this technology, and so I guess he was putting his life on the line to test it. Doesn't really seem like something a random investor would want to do, but I guess he felt like it. What's this thing on the floor? Is that the Pope's hat? It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped? Or hid? They did not do a good job of hiding it if that's the case. What is this? Some part of a machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. The mysterious contraption is found behind a tree, almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Let's check out this mysterious contraption, shall we? First impressions for me, crossbow. First impressions for me, crossbow, and it seems to be very crossbow-like at this point. I honestly think this could not look more like a crossbow. Possibly even like folding stock action going on, where it would whip out to form a full crossbow. You really can't sneak the medieval weaponry past me, bro. Don't even fucking try. Pussy-ass video game. It is very high-tech, though, I gotta say. It's almost Sholmesy in nature, which is disconcerting. Can I really not inspect anything on this entire crossbow? I hope it turns out to secretly be a music box and I just look like a complete idiot. I can't find anything out of place. Bro, what's in place? Whatever. It has been hidden there deliberately. It's a mysterious contraption, alright? Sure is mysterious. Sure is mysterious. Let's go upstairs. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. 22nd October. The Great Exhibition. Grounds. Experiment stage. Look for anything out of ordinary with the ray gun. What's wrong with the ray gun? First thing you're going to want to look for if you want to have a big, large, healthy brain like mine, where would the device that's mysterious that supposedly came off this thing have fallen off from? That's number one. That's the first thing you want to look for. If you're going to accept the explanation that this mysterious contraption was part of this thing, where would it have been? What would it have been attached to? What would its purpose have been? I don't see any good spot where this thing would have gone, where it could have accomplished anything. It just looks like a big Susama phone. In fact, it looks remarkably intact. Great Exhibition Grounds, experimentation stage. Oh, it glowed? Oh shit, I didn't see that. Is it glowing? It's not, you're a liar. You're blocked. You're fucking blocked for gaslighting me. I can't find anything out of, it's not glowing. Did I miss the glow? Oh, you're so right. Look, this little doohickey back here. Good call. I totally missed that. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. It's gonna flip out the stock. Whoa, it also flipped out the little bow. It is a crossbow. Let's go. Good job, 107. Confirming the crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. That's awesome. I think it's probably some sort of crossbow. It's probably used for the same thing, too. A weapon found hidden under the tree. It's a folding crossbow. Cool. So earlier when I said they couldn't put one past me, it turns out they absolutely did put one past me, because I totally missed that. This groove here must be where arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. I was gonna say it's weirdly anachronistic that he wouldn't know what a crossbow is, but he's from Japan. I don't think they even had those there. They would know. Are Japanese people that stupid? Japan, can you confirm if you're that fucking stupid that you didn't know what crossbows were? The Chinese had crossbows. I think they had the first crossbows, and that shit was a long time ago, bro. That was during the War of the Three Kingdoms, and they built crossbows and raised a peasant militia that immediately started out shooting everybody because they could train them on the cheap. And that was a long ass time ago. It might not have been that exact war, but it was a long fucking time ago. Crossbows have been around, dude. Crossbows have been around and around. And Japan is not close to China, like, in terms of relations, like warm, fuzzy relations. But they've interacted a fuckload. That's like Japan's #1 constant reoccurring person in their history is definitely China. China. Until a good old Commodore showed up and made them open the borders, then it was definitely Britain and America. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. Good old Kyudo archery training. Everybody knows what that is. I think crossbows were invented during that war, and the whole deal was like, it was during some sort of like warring states period in China, I seem to remember. And there was like a bunch of competing factions, and basically the guy who was in charge of the territory that first discovered crossbows just started kicking the shit out of everybody else. Because archers went from being these highly specialized troops that you had to train and train and train and train, into you just hand this dude this thing and he can become an archer in like 5 days. It was like a game changer. It was the original game changer. It was like the fucking advent of gunpowder. It changed shit overnight. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, experimentation stage. I could also be completely fucking wrong, so don't listen to anything I say and think you're learning something. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
There's Greggy boy. Look, Inspector Gregson's over there. Look, there's a thing on the ground. There's another thing. There's like a scuba helmet and then there's like a bow tie or something. What else is suspicious here? William and Turner. Isn't that just the name of the guy from Pirates of the Caribbean? What else is weird? Nothing else is that weird. In fact, even the ribbon isn't weird because now that I see it, there's ribbons everywhere. It's just whatever's on that little side thing. Yeah, so that ribbon actually is not suspicious at all. Yeah, we gotta steal more stuff from Gregson for sure. We gotta steal all of his evidence, all of his clothes, all of his fish and chips, leave him nothing but his fucking mustache to keep him company in the harsh winter. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da. You know what's weird about Ace Attorney? That I kind of like a lot, actually? Is that, despite being an anime game, Ace Attorney has, like, no fan service characters. I've noticed that, and it's really weird. Like, Ace Attorney is not the kind of game to just have, like, anime titties all over the place. It has, like, handsome men that people like. I know Edgeworth is very popular, for example. But, I don't know, as far as, like, actual fan service characters go, there's, like, nobody. It's kind of cool. I thought eventually we would come across some, but not really. The closest is definitely Mia Fey, when she, like, shows up as a ghost and her boobs are hanging out all over the place. But yeah, I don't know, Ace Attorney's pretty good about that, generally. Most anime games are not good about that. It's like they pander really hard to the horny community. But Ace Attorney does not give me that impression at all. It's a ray gun. It's a fucking ray gun. It's the Kremlin. Don't take Gregsy's fish and chips. I'm sorry, I'm taking them because I want them. They're important evidence for the case. Somebody jammed all of Gregson's fish and chips into the machine to cause it to explode. There is currently a half-fish, half-human hybrid wandering around in the Crystal Tower because of the teleportation with the fish and chips stuck in the machine. He didn't die, he just became an ocean man. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Runo? I do wish we could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if it couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas.
What the fuck is a Bartitsu Master Ninja?
This game needs to learn what localization means, bro.
Do you think any fucking person from America or England knows what a Bartitsu Ninja is? Just say Naruto, bro. It's not that hard. Learn to fucking localize. Call that gun a jelly donut. Done. A clown girl from Twitter. I don't know who that is. Clussy Fever. Okay, that's an instant block, unfortunately. So I guess I'll never know who the clown girl from Twitter is. Are you saying it's an Ace Attorney character? No. I've never seen him. Are you talking about the girl with the pink hair from the very first game's first case? Like the girl who worked for Red, White, and Blue Corp? I guess she was kind of fan-servicey. She did have like cleavage or something. You might not find as many of those people around as you think.
Oh, well that's dull.
Ooh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chon Mage top knot. Bro, just call it a jelly donut top knot. I could introduce you to.
A Chon Mage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
I believe the Chon Mage was a haircut in World of Warcraft. The Burning Crusade, when they added the White Night Elves, The Blood Elf race. I'm pretty sure one of the Blood Elf's hairs was called the Chon Mage. So I think the localization team just assumes that everybody who plays this game has also played World of Warcraft: The Burning Crusade. Which in my case worked out, because I did play that when I was a kid. There's a clown girl with fake boobs. Oh, from one of the Japan-only games. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen that character then. Wow. Clown girls? Is that what Twitter is into now? Twitter's into some weird stuff, man. Twitter gets into some weird stuff. Clowns? That's what clowns' noses sound like. You think I could have a picture taken with him? Do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago. What did that have to do with the Kremlin? What did any of that conversation have to do with the fucking Kremlin? This might be important. Anybody who was on that Ferris wheel could have had a good view of what happened here. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Fun fact, I have been on the Eye of London before, which is like their big dumb British Ferris wheel in England. I went on that thing, I rode it. I rode it all the way up, I rode it all the way back down. It's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. Aha! I see! So that is really important then. Somebody could have definitely been on that shit. Somebody could have definitely been on that shit. Yeah, they would have gotten a great view of it. Especially if they were during like the rising action of this thing. They would have had plenty of time to like scope this place out. Maybe even the perpetrator could have been there. If they had to like do something remotely from far away, it wouldn't even matter how long that nutty professor was like raving before he started the experiment. If it was like a sabotage type deal, they could have been there they could have just waited. They could have just bided their time. If they knew that the presentation was going to start in like roughly half an hour, they would have had a pretty big window to just be at the right place at the right time. One complete revolution takes half an hour. I ain't never been to England. I went to England once. I went to England and I've been to Scotland. Scotland was pretty cool. That's what made me want to get a basket-hilted sword was when I went to Scotland, because I saw one at a museum, and so then when I got back, I bought one. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. Oh, what do you mean I invented a new sort of ride? It's called a Ferris wheel. Sorry, I got mad, so I muted myself. I was pissed off because Iris made no sense and she confused me. Iris hurt my brain and made my brain hurt because I didn't know what she was talking about. Let's check out this machinery real fast, shall we? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that! Ahaha, that was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, 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 glug. And glug. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. Poor Greg said he loves tea way too much. Dude, probably because he spends all day fucking eating salty shit and he never takes a drink. His lips have to be fucking chapped and fucking dried out like the goddamn Sahara Desert. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty! What? Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Hey!
Surely that's all right. Isn't it, Greg C?
Course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya? If you guys don't know why he acts so nice to Iris, it's because he wants her to portray him nicely in her stories. She writes like the Sherlock Holmes stories that everybody in England reads. So he's afraid that if he treats her badly or if she gets pissed at him, then she'll basically ruin his reputation. So he's like, I better treat her super nice so that she makes me look good in the story.
We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Rudo?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Let's look around this stupid explosion zone. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of that machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a A! It's a screwdriver, okay.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said. Yes, I understand, sorry. I only touched a teeny weeny bit.
But Greg, see, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Course, your ladyship, you're so clever. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
Scout's honor. Thanks, Gregson.
He's gone off with it. He stole my A! He stole my fucking A screwdriver.
Humph, that was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment.
Oh no. Poor Gregson. She spelled the word installment wrong in her brain speak. When she spoke out loud, she actually didn't pronounce the second L in installment. That's just embarrassing for her. She only said installment. She didn't say installment. Poor Gregsy. Yeah, Gregson is messed up now. Gregson done fucked up that time. Unfortunately, Gregson will be the star suspect in the new Sherlock Holmes story, Sherlock Holmes in the Case of the Retarded Pedophile. Starring Inspector Gregson as a leading role. That's why you don't want to piss off old Iris there. It's not a good call, not a good career move. She was basically the original Twitter. She would just find something to get mad about and just go ham with it. Professor Harebrain. I guess we just have to talk to him too, because it doesn't even let me inspect anything anymore. I guess I can inspect this giant evil machine, but it's probably not important. It's probably just there to look sweet. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I wonder if the screwdriver is shaped like the Crystal Tower and not like a letter A. That would kind of make more sense. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Ba 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 ba. Interesting. So, things of note right now, balloons? Balloons are interesting and important to note. Ferris wheel, also very interesting and important. All these are like good vantage points for someone who wanted to watch this happen. Yeah, this, I don't know. I don't have good spatial reasoning, but that seems to work out to me. I was thinking if maybe the little balloons were hanging a bit too low, but I don't think so. I can't really tell. If this is from like a ground floor view, then they would be kind of high up, I guess. Also, yeah, I think the tower is kind of shaped like an A. Yeah? See how it's shaped like that? Maybe the screwdriver is shaped like that instead of an A. The balloons, yeah, they probably look fine, right? They probably look about fine. If you were at a ground floor view, that would, yeah, they'd be in the background, pretty much. They're obviously not all going to be at the same height, but I'm just trying to make sure there's no suspiciously low-hanging ones that day, you know what I mean? So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating, temeri handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo. Please? If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said.
It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, so long as it doesn't explode. Bro, what if the great departed soul is Susato coming back? How crazy would that be? What? Maybe it is a fake out after all with, what's it called? With Kazuma? Because remember, I know this is very random, but this is just how my brain works. It thinks about things at random times. When we were talking to the assistant, the masked man, the only thing that Naruhodo noted wasn't like height or anything, it was just posture. And the one character trait we know about Susato is that she's like very prim and proper. She's always very like proper, so she would always be standing up real straight. And last time we saw Susato, she was literally training to be a lawyer. Remember, she did the big court case in Japan. And she was sworn, this masked man was sworn to secrecy, so maybe could be Susato. I kind of doubt it, but I'm just thinking of twists, right? Like the Kazuma thing would not be a twist, because he's what every single piece of evidence possibly points towards, including the name of the title. But if you look at the title from a different sense, as in literally departing for Japan, then she would also be the return of the great departed soul. See, it even says she's the epitome of a refined Japanese lady. Do you think a refined Japanese lady would be fucking slumping over? Slouching everywhere? I don't think so. That being said, the masked man's face does not look anything like Susato's face. Like, not even close. But you never know. Maybe they drew a bat on purpose so you wouldn't know. They should have given her a fucking Batman jawline. Just fucking big ass butt chin and a perfect jawline. Just to throw you off the case. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. They should have called this chapter The Great Exploding Susato. That would have made it a lot more obvious that she was the mysterious masked man. Nah, it wouldn't really make sense, especially because of the whole swordsman thing. Susato only knows how to do the Susato takedown. We've had, like, no evidence that she has anything to do with swordplay whatsoever. The only person that makes any sense is Kazuma of the people we know. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water again while I've got a second here. And then I will return shortly for more of this case. Hopefully we'll get to the trial soon. But yeah, I'll be back in 1 sec. Alright, I'm back, Great Departed Souls. I'm no longer a Great Departed Soul. I'm a fucking great-ass return soul. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Give me that controller back. Sucker! Trying to hide my controller from me! I know what you did. You moved it when I wasn't here. You came in, crawled through the fucking TV monitor like the Grudge, and moved the controller so I go find it. Did we miss anything on this platform? There's this thing on the floor, but we can't interact with it at all. Looks kind of like a microphone, maybe? Or a steering wheel? I guess we'll talk to Grego, our friend Gregson. There's also a conspicuous box called William and Turner that we just can't interact with at all. It doesn't even fucking show up. It was Chimichanga again? Bro, he's been venting way too much lately. He also definitely picked up my dog and like shot his big fang right through her head, which was not cool either. That was kind of a prank gone too far. Government policy. Forced chimichanga sterilizations. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. And then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. So, the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea, and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new Highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department in the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. The Forensic Investigation Team? That fucking stinks, dude. That's just called the FIT. That's not even close to being a cool acronym. They could have called it like the Forensic Investigation Science Team, and it had to be FIST. It would be a completely extraneous word, but it would make for a cooler acronym. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it. Poor Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he? Special. Dispensation. I have a special disposition. Swag type. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene? Don't fucking say it again. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition, it was. All scientists have to do is to present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' boguses contraptions. But if they're all boguses, how could anyone hope to demonstrate them? Yeah, well, oh, sorry, that was probably me talking. I think I misread the name. There is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Ah, okay. Cool, so they have to get rubber stamped, and then they get a grantor stamp. Huh. So what does he need the investor for? I guess he just needs the investor to show it off in the first place, which is kind of counterintuitive. You'd think you would show them the idea, and then they would give you funding to build it. But apparently you have to build it all yourself, and then they'll give you funding if they like the invention. Interesting. Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, huh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Professor Hairbrain. That boy lived in Germany. Ain't nothing good has ever come out of Germany in years, man. Germany, like, pre-1900s was pretty cool. But, yeah, they haven't been that cool for very long. They had an okay-ish run, and then they became huge nerds. And nerds they remain to this very day. Professor Hairbrain. Apparently, Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now and conducts his research. That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. That's also something that might be important. It could just be so that he doesn't, like, know the Reaper anymore, like he was talking about. He only knew him way back in the day. But it could also be important that he was out of the country for all this time. Like, he's from Germany specifically. I don't think there's any other characters with German connections. Off the top of my head, I don't think there's any other characters that have, like, German connections. But that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. If we can find other German characters, that will obviously immediately be kind of suspicious. He came back just for the exhibition. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Humph! Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. Hey, what's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is... sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another? Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? Yeah, what do you know? You're acting awfully suspicious right now, Gregson. What do you know about the Reapster? He reacted very strangely to that news, like all of it. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Assman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baroque Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of the people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. He's got a point. It wouldn't be a very good mystery if he could just explain it in 1 second. Mr. Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said at university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You are? He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Oh yeah, Gregson might know 'cause he's older. He's like 40-something. What did Brockward do to Charlie? Unfortunately, Brockward did kidnap that dog and possibly put it in an ISIS hostage video. I hate to admit it, but I did see him plucking out the dog's teeth one by one like they were grains of rice. Charlie is not a dog's name. I've got bad news. Charlie is a human's name. They should have called that dog Barco. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? He knows something. He did not say nothing. Something happened in the Reaper's evil, mysterious past. Here's the thing about dog names. Dog names should not be human names. Unless it's a funny name, like Whimsbly. Dogs should have weird names, because they're fucking dumb animals. Humans should have human names. And possibly monkeys. But that's it. If you're like sub-monkey level of animal, if you're that dissimilar from a human, you shouldn't get to have a human name. My dog's name is Finnegan. See, that works out because that's an Irish name, and Irish people aren't human either. They're basically like little dogs. So that does work out. He's coming in. He is young. Finn. Again, I'm going to show him the piece of green cloth. I'm like fairly confident in the assertion that the piece of green cloth is actually a flame retarded suit. Canvas-like material backed with rubber. That sounds suspicious. Although we have no proof that it's from any sort of suit. It could also be from just, I don't know, some sort of other thing that would have cloth with rubber behind it. Yeah, that's basically young Finn Jr. That's younger Finn. That's youngest Finn right there. That dog is. He's carrying the fucking torch. You have to make a rap video with him. It's the only way for him to realize his true ancestral potential. It's basically his, well, his birthright at this point. As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10 I find clues that turn out to be red herrings. So there's every chance it's totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Interesting. So he didn't know shit about it. What about the crossbow? Yeah, he doesn't know nothing about this evidence. Okay, fine, be that way, you fucking dick. Yeah, Gregson is not being helpful right now. Gregson would be a good name for a dog. I feel like any name that you could name a butler, you could also name a dog, too. Like, if your dog was named Jeeves, that's a pretty dog-type name. I would call my dog Uncrustable, I think, if I had another dog. Let's move to the Lord Chief Justice's office. I think we're all done in this place. I can't imagine there's more to do here, but I'll check. I did see the remix thing when he jumped under the elevator. That was fucking godlike. I also saw the clip from when he fucking murdered me and then just zoomed in on his face. That was awesome. I do think, I'm glad that the Elden Ring mod mostly just has like fun glitches. Most of the glitches in the Elden Ring mod aren't that bad. The most annoying one by far is just the connectivity stuff, when people like drop out and can't rejoin. But outside of that, it's really not bad in terms of glitches. It mostly works really good. The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there? But the light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes. I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure. What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority or having eyes that work? I can't say I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of. And I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Okay, we're gonna go somewhere else too. I wonder how long it would take for AI to get good enough to like write mystery games. It would be fun if there was a game where you could just keep going back to solve new mysteries because they keep getting written. But I feel like AI mysteries would be uniquely terrible right now. I think in terms of complexity, mystery is like some of the hardest stuff to write, compellingly. Because so much of it is really subtle. Like, so much of it is subtle clues and foreshadowing. And if you don't have that, it generally makes for really terrible mysteries. It would be really hard to have an AI do it in a way that's not really super obviously formulaic, that it would be immediately obvious. The easiest is definitely, like, action stuff. That's probably what AIs are gonna get good at first. is stuff that rely, like stories that rely really heavily on just like action beats. Movie scripts, holy shit, could already be written by an AI. 9 out of 10 movies that come out are the same exact fucking movie. I honestly think those could already be written by AI. Like, of big blockbuster movies, I'm saying. Not all movies are like that. But I don't, there's just so many hack writers now that are genuinely proud of how formulaic their shit is. They're like, yeah, I do all my shit based off of a little stupid flowchart that I have. And they're always the worst writers. It's always just really terrible stuff. Prosecutor's office. It's like the Joss Whedon school of writing, where you have to fulfill X amount of quips in this scene. It's gone! His little weird zombie boy toy has left the fucking building, dude. That's so evil. His vampiric thrall has escaped. Why are you standing like that, Van Zeeks? Van Zeeks is one of those dudes who just doesn't ever know what to do with his hands. You see a photo of Van Zeeks and he's just fucking stiff as a board, giving hover hands and stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like internal consistency and foreshadowing is like, I don't think AIs are any good at that stuff yet. You can have stuff that doesn't go anywhere, like that's pretty common to have like dead ends, like red herrings, so that the mystery isn't super obvious. But, like, yeah, it needs to be very consistent. I don't know. It seems like that would be hard for AIs to do. I'm sure eventually they'll be really good at it, but it's definitely one of the trickier genres. I feel like sci-fi also probably pretty hard for an AI, like actual real sci-fi, because of the same reason. Like, there's just so many internal rules that a good sci-fi story needs to be able to keep up with, that it would be pretty hard for an AI to do that convincingly. Like, laying out rules for, like, different groups and then sticking to those. And obviously explaining how stuff works. A lot of sci-fi tries to go into, like, the mechanics, like the how. And AIs would probably just not, they just make shit up. They just make shit up even more than fucking dumbass sci-fi authors do. Everybody knows science ain't real. I hate The Binding of Isaac. I'm not a big fan of Binding of Isaac either, to be totally honest. I like it, I think it's fun. But to me, I just like beat it once and I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm never playing this again. I'm not the type to like constantly go back and try for like the perfect run. Oh no, that sucks. That sucks. You have to do it in a row? Oh my god, that's crazy. You have to do like the Iron Man Isaac runs? That's no fair at all. That's how you know you're instantly just gonna fucking rage quit too. I would do it the same way though. You gotta save the good characters for last. Because when you have the nerves of knowing that you're about to fuck up the run if you lose, there's no chance you could do it on the bad characters. I really like that guy who was like a little demon boy on Isaac. I like the guy who like just starts with the soul hearts. I usually just pick the characters that looked cool. There was one guy who starts with only soul hearts and no human hearts. The Unlocks. Oh yeah, I could see that for sure. Unlocking new characters was always fun in Isaac. I did like that. Now there's even more sweet items. I played it a long fucking time ago, so there's probably way more. Twitch lost its vice president after the ad revenue split controversy. That's awesome. The vice president also got his ad revenue split. He got split to 0% as opposed to 50. Azazel, maybe. 34! There was 6 when I played Binding of Isaac. I think there was legitimately like 6 characters. There was Isaac, there was gay Isaac, there was girl Isaac, there was the guy with the soul hearts, and there was maybe 2 others. There was like maybe 2 others. That's crazy. I can't believe there's that many fucking characters now. That's nuts. Wow. I didn't realize they had added. I thought that was like a really old game. I assumed they just didn't update it anymore. Alright, I guess we'll talk to Van Zeeks too, see what the hell he wants. Twitch has yet to announce who will take her place. The vice president was a woman? Oh my god. No wonder they changed the revenue split. She actually just said stop being poor. What did she say in that video of the girl who's screaming at people to sub? You're being poor. Stop being poor. That lady needs to become a blurb. She's an absolute hero. She's a legend. There was a Twitch streamer who had a guy, she was literally just sitting still, just reading her phone.
The animals are leaving. The animals are contacting us.
No, it wasn't Invader Vi.
You and me, but that's okay because you really need anyone else.
It was sub Invader Vi level. She was literally just sitting on her phone, like not even doing anything, not playing a game, not doing anything. She was just reading her phone. And some guy gave her $1. $1, and she started yelling at him for being poor. I'm gonna count to 3, and if you're not subscribed, you're getting banned. That lady was a fucking champion. Oh, she was a Destiny crew, okay. The Destiny squad. He taught her the ways of harassing people and giving you $1. $1! Lord Van Zeeks, can you stop standing like that? He's menacing for sure. Constance Knight is leaving the company. That name sounds incredibly made up, Wakabi. Are you telling me that her name is Constance Justice? Because that name is not real. Constance Knight? That's like the name a Japanese person would write for a British lawyer in a video game like Ace Attorney. That's not a real human's name. Isaac is a lot of fun. It even looks different. Back when I played Isaac, it was like the pre-update graphics. Remember back when the graphics looked different? I haven't even played it since they got the new graphics. Lord Van Zeeks, I think he's ignoring you, Bruno. The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in the black standing before us. Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me. So Lord Van Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? He didn't visit shit, he's a fucking idiot. All he has is a stupid little Disneyland miniature on his table. Nerd! He paints Warhammer figurines all day. 10 completion marks for 34 characters. Damn, I can't believe there's that many. 34 is insane. That's huge. I think there were literally 6. I'm struggling to remember more than 4, but I think there were 6 total back when I played. Isaac. Which recently declined to change the revenue split. Despite people voting? Wakabi, when has voting ever worked? Just think about that. I actually, listen, boss, I know you told me I'm not getting a raise, but I voted on it? And I actually decided I do get the raise after all. So, you know, chop chop. Twitch streamers are the dumbest human beings on the entire planet, I swear to God. He's definitely ignoring you. Right, no niceties either then. Fuck his stupid ass Van Deeks. They told me to come here and talk to him. Oh, maybe I could present a profile. Present? Oh, I can't present a profile, okay. Maybe they didn't tell me to come here. I thought they said go talk to Van Zeeks or something. Maybe I just wanted to talk to Van Zeeks, I can't remember. Move. Okay, fine, I won't go to talk to Van Zeeks. Maybe I was supposed to go talk to the Lord? Chief Justice? No. Sholmes! Sholmes will surely talk to me! Herlock Sholmes knows what's good! Oh. Huh. I'm honestly, at this exact moment, feeling like a freak on a leash, because I have no idea where to go. I could go to jail. It's always a good place. I don't see why not. The 50-50 split is stifling the growth of smaller channels? That's not even true. That's literally a made-up thing. The smaller channels have always been 50-50. I'm pretty sure you can't... until you're at least partner, you can't even start negotiating your split. 70-30 was exclusively a thing for giant channels. That was like a thing if you were a big channel. You get the 70-30, like, really good partner split. Affiliates and lower, you literally never got more than 50-50. That's just always been the way it is. That's pure coke. That's just big streamers trying to use small streamers as a shield. That's not real at all. That's completely falsified information. Alright, let's see if Lestrade will tell us something. I'll show her a green thing, because she wears green. Maybe it's her exploded coat. Would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Okay, she stole it. She's not gonna tell me anything. Bum, 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 bum. I guess I could try showing stuff to Van Zeeks. I do have new evidence since the last time I talked to him. Move, move. It is weird how much Twitch drama has happened just this past week. It's very weird. It's just all happened at once. Oh, I can't do anything with them. I can't present nothing. Oh, dadgummit. Can I at least examine this now that the guy's gone? No. Have you noticed that they even make it, like, they even especially try to make you think it's Kazuma because of this? The fact that the dude sits on the floor. That's like a Japanese thing. That's not a Western thing. The only characters who would be squatting on the floor like that would be like a Japanese character. Anybody who's English wouldn't want to sit on the floor. They'd be sitting in a fucking big dumb English chair. After the first $100,000? Bro, that's ridiculous. How are they saying that it's a problem for small streamers? $100,000. If you've made $100,000 streaming, I don't care how long it's taken you, you're not a small streamer. $100,000 is a ridiculous amount of money to make playing video games. Or let's be fair, modern Twitch isn't even playing video games. Modern Twitch is literally just sitting in a fucking pool. $100,000 is a ludicrous amount of money. Who cares? It's a non-issue. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Aha! I was supposed to go back here. Gotcha. What's to do? What, am I gonna sit in the pool? I have to get really better at yelling at people for money first. That's, like, I want to hone that craft of screaming at people to subscribe or else I'll ban them. And once I get better at that, then I'm gonna move on to the pool stream. Then I'm gonna move on to the hot tub streams. But right now I'm still in training. I'm like sitting my ass under waterfalls learning to yell at peasants. Like anytime I see a poor person in public, I make it a point to give them a stink eye or like to yell some expletives at them. Just as training for my hot tub stream. I'll get there someday. I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's consultancy opening for business again. That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan. Aha, they're bringing up Susato! Susato's the masked man! I told you Susato was the masked man. You're all feeling so foolish right now if you didn't think it was Susato. I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any point.
That ass banned.
Yeah, Miss Susato got that ass banned from England. Bro, when you think about it, the chief prosecutor, Lord Strongheart, he is like very low-tier god-esque. This right here is literally a character low-tier god would play in a fighting game. He always picks like Urien and shit in Street Fighter. He absolutely could be Lord Strongheart in a different life. It would also explain why he's so horrifically racist towards black people if that's how he secretly looks on the inside. That's like his inner demons, his inner white devil. I've just left everything the way it was. Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runo. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. Oh. That wasn't helpful even remotely. How did that have anything to do with what to do? Iris, have a look at this. That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence. Oh my god. She's not even helping me with evidence. Objection. That was great. Right, next. Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Okay, so she's not gonna help with the crossbow. And she doesn't help me with this. I guess we'll talk to the guy in prison again. It might be time to start the trial, I'm thinking. We might just have to talk to the guy one more time. That is crazy. I did not realize that Isaac was getting like big updates at all. I did not think that was a thing. I bet I haven't even beaten the game now. I bet there's way more game than the last time I played. I just had like regular The Binding of Isaac, the indie game, back when it first came out. That's the one I played. I played like, I'm pretty sure the original. I didn't buy it like as it came out, but I'm pretty sure I had like the launch version, the original version of the game. I don't think I had any DLCs or anything. Ah, Crystal Tower. Okay, I'll go to Crystal Tower again. Crystal Tower. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go away, Gina. You're in the way. Fucking kicks Gina's head off. Ah. Here we go. I can try going in the front door. Why don't I? Yarhar. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. It's crystal. Yeah, do you see what I mean, though? Do you understand what I'm talking about now with the suspicious breakage of the glass? If there was a giant explosion that rocked a building made of glass, not even crystal, but straight up glass, why would there just be a breakage in that one localized spot? You'd think either all those windows would be shattered or none of them would be. It's just broken out in one super specific spot. That's not from the explosion. That's got to be from something else. And like I was saying, it is not high enough. If it was like part of the beaming thing explosion, the beam is pointed up like that diagonally. This is damn near straight across. None of that adds up. Afterbirth? Ew, that's disgusting. Why would you call your fucking game Afterbirth? That shit's nasty. Women these days be giving birth to babies and make it afterbirth and such. Back in my days, women would spit out the baby and then suck the afterbirth back up so as to be polite in polite society, you know? Any classy lady definitely sucks the afterbirth back up like a Hoover vacuum. And then, you know, discreetly disposes of it in the toilet later in the proper waste receptacle. I can't imagine a building like this ever was erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. I want to go to the zoo. Take me to the zoo. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. I see. Okay, that's important to know. At the moment, shattered glass from the failed experiment may be the biggest draw. That's the second time they've mentioned the delay. Possibly the second time they've said 3 hours, so we're getting a lot of time frames here. We had the 30 minutes is the full rotation of that Ferris wheel thing in the background. That's within eyeshot of this. 3 hour wait to get into the Crystal Tower or to any of the exhibits. Wait, let me reread what she said. Okay, 3 hours just to get in, not to the exhibits, but to get through the doors of the Crystal Tower is 3 hours. 30 minutes for the Ferris wheel ride. Interesting. So that's probably all important, all this time frame stuff. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Sure, why not? Oh, that's dope. That's a ton of new bosses. Yeah, back when I played, there was Mom, and I think maybe a boss after Mom, like a final boss. That seems like maybe familiar. Or like a New Game Plus boss or something. But yeah, there wasn't that much crazy bosses. I remember the fun bosses you fight on the way, and then there was Mom. And then there was like another one. Satan? Yeah, it might have been Satan. It might have been Satan was like the final boss. Yeah, so they must have added a ton of shit. They damn near quintupled the amount of fightable bosses for the final boss. That's pretty dope. Some streamers have been... I'm not gonna fucking talk to you about this anymore, Wakabi. Wakabi, would you or would you not want to be an emoji where your face is photoshopped on Thanos? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. It's the crystal glass shower. Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster from above. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. No? Okay, Wakabi, your ad revenue split's getting cut again. Have fun saying hello to 80-20, sucker. Now I'm only giving you 20% of the ad revenue. How do you think about that, huh? Huh? That's what you get for being obstinate. I've always said if you act obstinate, I cut your revenue split from 70-30 to 80-20. It doesn't come in handy very often, but in this one particular instance, that catchphrase was really true to life. Maybe I should go higher up again. I'm gonna try climbing back up to where Gregson is. See if there's anything else up here. It does have a good gameplay loop for sure. Binding of Isaac is a good game. It was like the original kind of roguelike that did the formula really fucking well. It was like the most famous example of that, where you just kind of go in and you can have like a totally different build than the last time you played. Like I remember there was fun little things where you would have like a little guy following you around shooting your lasers with you. You could have like a charge up beam shot, or you could have just like little pellets you shoot out like a classic shmup thing. It was pretty cool. It was a good game. It was never like one of my top favorites, but it's really good. It's a classic. It's a Vlasic. It's way better than some of those shitty indie games that have a really good reputation for no reason. Fucking, what was that really pretentious one made by Phil Fish? That one was ass, bro. I'm sorry, but that game was just not interesting at all. Crossbow. Okay, he didn't see the crossbow either. No offense to Phil Fishes out there. I just didn't like the game. I thought it was kind of stink. What was it? Bride? Raid? I never liked that one. I like Journey. Ah, good idea. I should try examining evidence too. I examined the SIBO. Ah, I didn't examine this one. I just looked at it. That's right. Yeah, I can actually examine the rubber part. Mom's heart. It lives. Hush delirium. Isaac Satan. Wait, Isaac himself? Oh, that's awesome. And the blue baby. I want to fight the blue baby. That's fucking radical. Yeah, that was the thing. Back when I played, most of the characters were just straight up reskins. They had like very limited differences, but for the most part, they were just kind of small little changes. The biggest change was definitely the dude with the all soul hearts that I like to play as. That guy was like, you had to just work around the fact that you couldn't get hearts. That was about the biggest change. Yeah, he's gonna become the blue man. That's gonna be the next Isaac DLC. Adjins, you'll never be able to beat Isaac again once Blue Baby evolves into Blue Man. All he'll do is simply start shooting out ear rape missiles and have 8 million health. It looks like thick canvas with thick rubber lining. I've never seen anything like it before. I still think it's a flame retarded suit. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Yes, I think that is the guy. I think it was Azazel. Because that's what Reanimated Bit said earlier, too. And I think he might have been able to fly. He may or may not have been able to fly. June 1st, 2023. Yeah, honestly, anytime big Twitch streamers whine about, like, revenue cuts and stuff like that, I think it's such a non-issue. Like, who cares? The thing is, it is a little harsh, but like, Twitch should never be your primary source of income, period. Like, full stop. Any one thing that you're not in control of should never be your primary source of income. Because I was talking about this the other day, but like, literally tomorrow, game devs could all decide together that streaming isn't okay anymore. Completely within their legal rights. They could just start cease and desisting every single piece of gaming content. Overnight, it could just be completely unmonetized. Twitch would fold, YouTube gaming would not be a thing, and you would just be completely out of a job. Like, forget revenue split, you would just be out of a job completely. And you have no control over that. You have absolutely no control over the direction that it would take. And like even getting money from donations or subscriptions or Patreon, you could not do that involving gaming content. You couldn't. You would be you'd get fucking sued because you'd be technically making money off their games. Yeah, the ad revenue on Twitch already is just abysmal. And they're really, that's why they roll 8 fucking million ads. Twitch is a bizarre company, man. They understand that they have a problem with advertisers, but instead of solving it, they just run more ads. It's insane. They're like, people are literally having sex and showing their assholes on stream all day on the front page. And somehow advertisers are pulling out. I suppose the solution is, run twice as many ads! You've done it again! Yeah, it's pretty stupid. But yeah, I just think that, Twitch in general is a very unreliable source of income, so you shouldn't count on it. Whenever big streamers talk about, like, it's so unfair we get bad revenue splits, it's like, we're pretty lucky if you, in the grand scheme of things, that we get revenue splits at all. We're playing stuff that we didn't create on a site, on a service that we don't provide. It's amazing we make any money doing this, to be quite frank. Like, there are some people who have somewhat transformative streams, like musicians, for example, who just play songs that they write on their stream. That is, like, purely transformative. But even then, they're not providing the service. Even then, they're not providing the server space. So it's like, even then, 50-50 would be somewhat fair, because otherwise they wouldn't have an audience. But for, like, gaming streams, and for dipshits who just sit in their chair talking about drama all day and, like, politics, lucky we get any money. Like, there's no reason we should be making any money off of this. I don't know, I just feel like it's such a non-issue. Maybe not. Maybe it actually is the world's biggest issue, and everybody should be talking about it. Okay, so now we've got that evidence at least, but let's, see if we missed any other evidence. But yeah, basically, every Twitch streamer exists right now on the whim of the people whose content they steal, basically, myself included. Like, the only reason game companies don't crack down on it is because they consider it free advertising. It's the only reason. If they decided they were actually losing money because of Twitch streamers, like, making people not want to play games, it would be done overnight. It would be gone. There's some sort of lever here. Like, we have no legal right. It is not transformative to stream a video game. It's a cross between a bow and a gun. Yes. Okay, so we have looked at all this. Aha! We missed the crank on the crossbow. That's the thing we've been missing this whole time. Gotcha. No hit character. Oh, that's cool. There's like a perfect run character. That is pretty fun. I do like that. I think games that like lean into that stuff, challenge runs and shit, is so fun. I think that's just so cool. Divinity Original Sin 2, Dragon's Dogma both do that. They have modes where like if you die once, it'll delete your fucking hard drive. That shit is so awesome. Dragon's Dogma has a literal speedrun mode on the main menu where you can just speedrun immediately. So cool. I love when games lean into that stuff. Because to me, it's a confidence thing too. It shows that like, yeah, our game is good, so it's not the kind of game where you're gonna beat it once then never touch it again. I always find it to be a decent sign of quality. Oh yeah, DS2 had that as well, I forgot. It had the, Special Covenant. Not Elden Ring, though. They didn't do nothing like that. Elden Ring's challenge mode would just be you can't use weapon arts. And then every Elden Ring player would fall to the ground like fucking Walter White. Because they can't hit a boss for 3,000 damage in one hit. I can't just spin my flail on the boss and make him bleed 8 times in a row. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea when I was picking it up when I spotted it at the exhibition grounds. I did, I knew immediately. Because I'm a crossbow boy. I might not have even... That is such a rude username, your cheeks. Okay, I see what they're saying. This is a fucking stream sniper and they're getting fucking blocked. My cheeks are now playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. They're basically calling me a homosexual. Get that ass banned, your cheeks. You're banned. How do you like that? That's gonna be my new fucking username. Sucka. You guys know why I say sucka? It's a kind of obscure one. It's a popular video, but it's an obscure part of it. It's the video of that weird tiny goblin man who's yelling at that kid about being bad at playing the trumpet. He says, "I went to Juilliard, sucker!" Or he said, "I went to New York Film School, sucker!" It's like my favorite thing ever is his delivery of sucker. Let's get out of this place. I don't know where to go, man. I'm fucking lost. Get that ass, bang, bang. I'm hoping a new character will show up now that I've observed more stuff. It happens sometimes. You get like stuck on one little trigger and then it all just starts moving like the floodgates. No, Van Zeeks is still T-posing. Alt paths. Oh, that's cool. That is fun. They did that in FTL, the game Faster Than Light. There was like, you had to take certain routes through space to reach the next quadrant, but then some of them would be notably more dangerous, and it would like tell you this is a dangerous path, but there's higher rewards on that path as well. It's a fun little mechanic. I like it. That's fucking awesome. A ghost following you. What is that's such a stupid character. A haunted man as he's known. Moo. Brink. Yeah, Isaac is cool. It's a good game. I remember he had a cat called Guppy. That was the biggest thing I remember about Isaac. Was that I leave everything I own to my cat called Guppy. Okay, now, I'm gonna try, I really think I need to show Iris this crossbow, because she's like, all about the tech and the gadgets and stuff. It's like her entire thing. And this is a big gadget that we don't know about. Take a look at this! Damn it, she won't look at it.
Objection!
Objection! Warrior fetus. That fucking rules. Let's go Binding of Isaac. I did like how gross Isaac was. It like really heavily leans into just being a really disgusting. There was a bunch of dead baby stuff in that game. A bunch of like gross monsters that were made of doo-doo. I guess you can know the game is going to be disgusting when the DLC is called Afterbirth. Nobody likes the afterbirth stuff. People like the pre-birth vagina. But the stuff that comes out in the afterbirth, nobody's into that. I don't even think the most disgusting, depraved fetishist in the entire universe would enjoy afterbirth. It's just not a thing. It's unbecoming. Jones is sweet. 3, 2, 1. That girl is a fucking Giga Chat if I've ever seen one. To me, I still just think it's so fucking funny that she's just not doing anything. She's literally just sitting in a chair reading her phone. That's the whole stream. If you won't pay me $5 to sit in my chair and read my fucking phone, you're out of here. You're gone. The cogs of the giant clock are keeping time as usual with their steady rhythmic motion. It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make considering their massive size. Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented too. But I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock. What? What about the huge clock face that forms the window? Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it, because they enjoy watching them. Rather like how Hurley makes his rambling deductions just for the fun of it. Even if the outcome isn't quite right. Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way. Where the fuck is anybody? I'm so confused. I'm supposed to be like showing somebody some evidence or collecting some evidence. I'm just not seeing anything. It's gotta be on the experimentation stage. I must have missed something really obvious here. Stupid Gina's body blocking it. Am I blocking it with my body? No. There ain't nothing fucking back there, neither. Maybe I can start talking to Gregson or something. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I see! Okay, this is a conversation we haven't been able to have so far for some reason. I don't know what I clicked that's different. Did I click the plaque instead of the staircase? Weird. Okay, so this is actually important information too, wow. The platform is 30 feet up, that's good to know. That's what the police said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. We got wheels.
Oh yes, sorry, it's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall. The spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Okay. It's good to know. So it's 30 feet in the air. There's so much math to this one. There's so much time and measurements. This is going to be a hard case, I can already tell. Especially for one that I'm going to have to do mostly next week. Hopefully we'll get to the trial today, but we're definitely not going to be able to clear the trial today. We got like 20 minutes left in the stream. Movie night tonight? I'm thinking about it. I'm down to watch something quick tonight. Let me save. The devil deals. Oh yeah, I did have the devil deals, but not the angel deals. Cool, huh? That sounds just way better. So it's like devil deals, but you get them for free. You just have to hold off a little longer. That sounds really good. I got a little cat called Guppy. Yeah, that sounds amazingly powerful. Yeah, the angel deals definitely were not a thing when I played, I don't think. I'm trying to rack my brain to remember. I definitely remember the devil deals. There was like the little devil guy sitting there. And then you like choose it 1 or 2 items or something. One of the 2 items. But the angel deal's not ringing any bells. Deacon bells. Deacon bells. I'm out of here, man. He's not... I can't believe that I can't figure out where to go here. I feel crazy. What could I possibly... I'm not going to look it up. I haven't been able to look up a single thing so far. I haven't had to look up anything for either of these games for the entire Ace Attorney shit. I'm not starting now. But I am stuck. I'll fully admit that I'm totally fucking stuck. It's got to be something to do with Van Zeeks, because like shit changed when I came back here. He was like acting all aloof. And he said he wouldn't talk to me, but it like there was a scene change and he's still around. So why would he still be around if there's nothing to do here? Bad jump scare. Ah! Yeah, maybe I might try the binding again, especially since there's so much new shit added. Like not only have I not played that game in years and years and years and years, but it's also a bunch of new stuff. Let's watch an episode or 2 of Dark Side of the Ring. I don't know what that is, Wakabi. I'm down though. If that's what we want to watch for movie night, I could do that. Yeah, I'm down for that too, Edgens. Watching a little bit of Isaac at some point. I would be down. Because I don't know nothing about new Isaac, apparently. I thought I knew about Isaac, but I apparently don't know anything about Isaac anymore. I was okay at Isaac. I was not some sort of whiz kid, but I did end up beating it. I was alright. I killed the devil as such. Oh, that is a good mod, actually. Yeah, that's the thing, is in Isaac, you can tell that's definitely a mechanic where they wanted you to kind of figure it out, like take some bad items on the way. But it is just annoying. I prefer to just have good items. Examine the sketch. Oh, let's see. There's nothing to examine, it's just the magnifying glass one. Unless I just have to magnifying glass over something specific. This is very mysterious. The thing is, it should be easier because there's so few people around, you know? Like, there's so few people that there's not a ton of people to bounce between. But I'm just not seeing anything. Must be something really subtle. Must be like a subtle piece of evidence or a subtle conversation option, something. We tried showing Lestrade all the new stuff. We tried showing Gregson all the new stuff. This guy won't even talk to us. We looked at the crossbow already. Crossboy me Bob. The Dark Side of the Ring is a documentary TV series that focuses on controversial subjects within the realm of professional wrestling. Oh, that's fun. Like when John Cena was like harassing David Batista or something. That is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm down to try out that show. 10 pages, 1 penny. I have no clue where. I'm trying so hard to figure out where to go though. Yeah, see, I can't show stuff to this stupid guy, which is what I was trying to do. They're going back to prison. I'm gonna harass you in a minute. As opposed to what, Wakapi? When are you ever not harassing me, huh? Every side of this ring is dark. Every side of this ring is fucking dark. You're always fucking threatening to murder me, or slaughter me, or kill me. Any sort of, like, horrible bodily harm that you could inflict upon me has been threatened at this point. Yeah, that is true. I feel like that mod, it might be good for people who are like colorblind or something, you know? Like maybe some people just straight up can't see the difference and that's why there's the mod. Experimentation stage. Yeah, Isaac was definitely a game where they didn't intend for perfect runs to exist, really. Like the main gameplay was meant to be fucked up runs, where stuff goes well, stuff goes bad. But at a certain point, you just want the perfect run, you know? You want to like optimize and perfect it. If you're gonna play that much, you want to get to a point where you're like, okay, I know what the items do. I'm not fucking up. I'm not blowing up any extraneous rocks. So stuff like that is nice for just being able to do that easier. Once you've already had the bad runs. Okay, so Lestrade will not help us at all, even slightly. Blink, blink, blink. Wow, that's a really fucking busted item. Holy shit. That's OP as hell. That's nuts. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, that's if you want, like, the perfect motherfucker run. The One Piece is real! Remember that meme? That meme was fucking iconic. For one afternoon, and then it was never seen again. What if I show you my armband? This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So all you're gonna have to start calling me is Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto. I could call you Defender Naruto if you like, but it don't really trip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? No, not the best ring. No, it's not really ringing. I'm so fucking confused. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. What have I possibly missed? It's probably something really obvious, too. I bet you it's like the most obvious fucking shit ever. Oh my god, it turns out it was the most obvious shit ever. I could have scrolled up this whole time. I promise I tried that earlier, but I just didn't do it good. we were talking about, like, if the angle of the ray gun matched the tower, and I was trying to look up to see if it did, and I just didn't do it right. I thought I couldn't do it. That's foolish. That was a complete fool's moment. That was like fucking 20 minutes, and it was so pointless. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet, they're calling it the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. But no, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. Please be the end. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap with some sort of invisible kinesis? Please, 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 take me to the next section.
Runa, listen!
What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something.
Yes! Oh, thank God. Okay, this is what we were just stuck on that fucking stupid looking up shit. That's all it was. I knew it was gonna be some dumb obvious shit, too.
About Mr. Reaper!
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from the university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What is this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Madame Tuspels. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's cool. Your stats never go down anymore. That's fun. Yeah, see, those items are just like straight up cheating. But I guess that's why they're hyper rare. I remember when I played Isaac, I got like a big lump on my fucking head and then my character sucked ass. But it was like a fun part of the game, you know? You're having a good run and then you're like, oh shit, I just ruined my Isaac by giving him a big tumor on his eyeball. It would give you like big debuffs or something if you picked up the wrong items. It's on Tubi, and the episodes I want to see are Benoit Part 1 and Benoit Part 2. I'm down. If they're quick episodes, I'll watch 2 of them.
You don't know it?
Yeah, we can watch that for movie night, I guess. We can watch some other stuff too if we want to.
It's the most
stream is ending in 10 minutes, just FYI, so the rest of Ace Attorney, this case attorney, will be next Saturday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. I stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. So Ace Attorney will be next Saturday. We're going to continue the Great Departed Great. The Great Departed Soul, as he's known. We'll try. Try to finish it next time, but I don't know. We wasted a lot of time looking for our scaffolding this session, so I don't know if we'll be able to finish it next time. We haven't even started the first trial, and you know this shit's gonna be a multi-parter like the last one. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment.
It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me.
But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. What? That is fucking busted as hell. Isaac loves his fucking soy milk. Let's go Binding of Isaac. Yeah, that is a little bit OP, I won't lie. A new location. Yeah, back when I played, there were like really crazy good items, but they usually came with some sort of horrible drawback, like they would take all your hearts or something. There was usually like a big trade-off if there was gonna be a huge power-up. Maya! Maybe it's a new Maya! Oh my god. Madame Tuspels, Museum of Macwork. Oh! I get it. Madame Tuspels, Museum of Waxworks. That's like, there's something real that's almost called that. Yeah, Madame Tussauds, or whatever it's called. That's right. See, Zalveris knows what's up. I get it now. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this place? I see. I see what they're doing. I see what you've done here now. First question that comes to my mind immediately. How famous is this dude? Is Odious Man? Is the Odious Man famous enough to have a wax statue? Because if he's famous enough to have the wax statue, we know he's famous. He's a famous financier.
The animals are leaving.
No! Shut up, I'm thinking!
But that's okay.
I'm trying so hard. I just can't resist Invader Vi. Stop! Too much sounds! That's actually Invader Vi striking down her fucking haters in the background there. That fucking peasant girl did not have $5. Is that Bathory, the woman who would drink the blood of virgins to stay young forever? Honestly, that's kind of the original girl boss right there. She was kind of my kind of lady. That lady who would slaughter people so she could bathe in their blood. I mean, let's be honest. It was a Sigma male move. She was just a Christian Bale type, that's all. She wasn't mentally ill. She was based in Red Pill. You ever heard of it? What is this place? So yeah, my original thought is, how famous is this guy, Odious Man? Because if he's famous enough to warrant a wax figure, there's a real easy way he could have faked his own death. Real easy way he could have faked his own death. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? What? Wax models? Ugh! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adipokery. That's not real. He made that up, bro. People ain't wax. You fooled me once, game, but you can't convince me people are wax. First, they tried to tell me that hot air balloons are real and people can fly in the sky, and now they're trying to tell me that there's people turning into wax. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't seem forming readily, you know. It's only a very specific... Ugh! What now? I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. See, that's just rude. That is not a Sigma male move. That's just mean. There's a fine line between being a Sigma male and just being rude. And pouring wax on somebody's corpse is BM. That's like pointing down on them. That's actually awesome. You just randomly die from that item. That's like the best item ever to take, like the floor before the final boss. Just as like a final power up and just hope to God it doesn't kill you in time. Just hope to God you don't get unlucky. It's like burning out. You gotta go out with style. If you see that right before the last boss, you gotta take it. You gotta roll the dice on that it doesn't murder you. None of the exhibits in here are real. I do like rolling the dice. I am a gambling man when it comes to stuff like that. I would definitely take that item that could potentially kill me. I'm fighting the final boss with big strength. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Shiny Dude was fucking playing Ace Attorney. That's awesome. Or playing YouTube rather. It's the Herlock Sholmes figure. I noticed also that they reused assets here. That sleepy cop, I'm pretty sure was from the first game, wasn't he? Wasn't that guy from the first game? He was supposed to be on patrol, but he was being a lazy bones instead. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. Yeah, that guy on the left I'm pretty sure was from the first game, but now he's just a wax model. What is it? Oh, no! I must be seeing things. Oh my god, what is back there? Why is there a Peter Griffin-esque hand sticking out from behind the curtain? That's the Elizabeth... I think her name is Elizabeth Bathory, but I can't remember. Is this some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper. Jane the Ripper? That's not real. I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yes. What's the matter? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. That's awesome. That's the game calling out people who overthink the backgrounds like me. I think that guy is also a character from the last game too, but I can't remember. The guy with the mustache. And the sleepy cop, I'm pretty sure was. We'll talk to Sholmes. We'll talk to Sholmes. We're gonna do the conversation with Sholmes, and then we're gonna get out of here for this week, because we are completely out of time. You will next see me tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central for Smash Sunday. And that following Saturday, we're gonna continue Ace Attorney after that. But yeah, we're almost completely out of time, so I will just finish this last conversation with Sholmes. And then movie night. We'll do movie night. We'll watch one of Wakapi's little wrestling movies. And then maybe watch something else too after that, something quick. Gregson? Oh, maybe it was reskinned Gregson. That would be crazy. That's the P2 Gregson costume. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? He does not. Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. It did bounce. You can't go around kicking the exhibit, Iris. Oh god. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? No, it looks good to me. I haven't noticed anything. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork. Model? Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me! But Runo has something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have been turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks, and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How could I be of assistance? Well, you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork? Hell yeah. Okay, so next time, we'll leave on the cliffhanger here. Next time, we'll investigate the dead man, who's definitely not made out of wax. And then we'll talk to Sholmes and find out about the Grim Reaper's evil past. Well, he's got a dark, tragic past, it sounds like. They said that the Reaper of the Bailey was secretly a really nice guy once, and then he became an evil vampire that drinks people's blood wine. So at one point, he was a simple, humble human like you or I. Alright, I'm saving again. But yeah, hope y'all enjoyed the stream, and I will do some Mavi nights as soon as I go feed my dog. I need to feed my dog, but then if you want to watch movie night, be sure to jump into the Movie Theater Voice channel, and we will catch some quick videos before we end tonight's adventures. But as of the Ace Attorney adventures, they're completely over for now. Is Toastman still alive? Let me check. I will see if I can host Sir Toastman. He's probably not live because he streams one Persona a day, which is like 3 seconds long. So probably not. Viathan is also doing a public domain movie night. Wow. That's interesting. He's doing movie night too. He stole my idea! I'm gonna raid Viathan, who's a cool streamer. I watched him play Dragon Age Origins a while ago. I followed him. So yeah, feel free to jump into that raid if you want to watch his public domain movies. I don't know what he's watching because I got a fucking ad. But yeah, if you want to watch movie night movies in about 10 minutes, I will be in the movie theater voice channel in the Discord. But until then, I will catch you all later. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.